What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Welcome back to the Bandits on Wheels Fall Showdown and happy Championship Sunday. I'm Mr. Bepic, elated to be here, and I'm joined by my good friend, Mr. Pyro J in the booth. Pyro, how you doing today?
Magnificent, Bepic. Bandits on Wheels is back, and it's electrified more than ever. It's not just a couple dozen teams, some bubble players looking to prove themselves. It's bubble teams already having proven themselves against some of the pro teams. We got a team coming up here that's called Hey Bro. Maybe you've heard of them potentially with some of their RLCS appearances. Already taking out burgers, eating them up, having them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I'm ready for more surprises, more excitement here today for the Fall Showdown.
Oh, well, yesterday, if you missed it, the first day of the main events, you missed a whole lot of action. We have a graphic to show you everything that you missed. As you can see, a lot of game fives, especially in elimination matches, and a lot of top seeds going down. We had 4 invite teams, Pyro, and 3 of the 4 made it to Championship Sunday. But lights out, Reddles, Magic Bear, and Calm going out in 2 back-to-back game 5s against Old Heads and Sup. That, was the story yesterday.
It was a story, but not one that took me by a massive surprise. Yes, you see those names, they've got to make the final day. But when I saw them going against Sup and having already broadcasted the team stream for Sup, when they went to day 3 of the main event for RLCS and they reverse swept G2, I already know that those 2/3 of players from last Sup have that dog in them. I already know that they can go all the way. So there really is no easy route to the finals. That's the big story here, right, Mr. Bepic, is that you can make whatever pro combination team in this RLCS offseason,
right?
But that doesn't mean you have a red carpet run. We are looking to develop every stage of this North American Rocket League, and you can see that some teams, they don't need development. They need to help the other teams.
No kidding. This may be kind of labeled as a bubble tournament, but there's a lot of RLCS experience. In our first matchup alone on Championship Sunday, we've got several players that have appeared in the RLCS, but we will get to that in a second, of course. Some other notable runs through yesterday's bracket. Hey bro, you talked about it. Wavy making a splash in 3s. The dude was unstoppable yesterday. That 3-1 win over Burgers happened on the mainstream, and I could not get enough of Hey Bro's playmaking ability. They looked like a potential top 16 team.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey Bro have been knocking on that door for quite a while, stepping foot in that top 16 a couple times. And now listen, they're walking in, they're making their presence known. All right, they're sitting on the throne at the dinner table saying, let me feast some more. And yeah, if you're not on the Wavy hype train already, you're sleeping on them. Top 4 salt mine of this last weekend or so. And we got to talk about the whole team, right? Hockey, Creams. Players that have had we've all had our eyes on, and we'll get to see more of them. You mentioned Hey Bro. We got to talk about, Noly's minions. We got to talk about Boulevard. Boulevard's a team who just went top 4 in the draw, number 6 the past weekend. They're looking to make another deep run. It's kind of a lot of these off-season events, Mr. Bepic, where you can make a name for yourself, but people might bat an eyelash and say, okay, you had your run, but can you really be consistent? This Bandits on Wheels Fall Showdown, even though it's the first event of many to come, is that chance for teams like Boulevard to make people more than just glance at them.
No kidding. Alraz and Delta, plenty of RLCS experience, bringing in Repeat as well, who I don't believe has touched that golden ceiling of the RLCS, but you put them with 2 veterans on Boulevard, and you can see teams making runs like that. And through the Championship Sunday bracket, which I do want to flash up on the screen now to talk about the teams that did make it through the gauntlet. That was the double elimination group stage we had yesterday. And up at the top, Old Heads, that Adam and J-Pow core has been kind of tearing through the bubble tournaments, Pyro, and now they sit at the top of our day 3 bracket, taking on those Noly's minions.
Listen, when you see Old Heads in these tournaments, You already know they're gonna be a problem. They have done this time and time again. Adam especially. I mean, I want to talk about Adam and J-Pow. Those two already won one of the draw tournaments. They draw 4 a couple months back in July. And Adam especially, just whatever team you put this guy on, he is making heads turn. Whether it's like perfect shots from the sidewall, he seems so comfortable on the ceiling, just sending blazing shots to the net. I just love the chance to get a look at old heads wherever they turn. So, hey, maybe they do end up in the upper finals, and maybe we do see them there.
But having to go through Noly's minions, I mean, that's an exciting roster. Having Noly, who's been at the top of the RLCS world, a major winner, playing with S5 Cosmic and Frosty. Like, you don't get, no offense to Cosmic and Frosty, they're phenomenal players, but you don't get more bubble than that. Like, Frosty on the up and up, Cosmic as well, going to the 1 scene. Noly's bringing his expertise, his mechanical skill. Like, he's been doing this for a long time. Noly has, and he's found success at the top of the RLCS. Like, that's a roster to keep your eye on. Sure, Old Heads has the bubble tournament victories already under their belts, but I mean, you got a major trophy on the side of Noly's minions, so I couldn't be more excited to watch the minions play today.
It's kind of like that X Factor team, really. You don't know really what to expect, but at the same time, you do. Because you say, like, oh, no disrespect to Cosmic and Frosty, but you mentioned it, like, Cosmic's kind of handheld some teams to qualify for Gamers 8 in that international tournament. We know what Frosty is capable of, and the Noly's minions, like, yeah, it's a true representation of what these bubble tournaments are supposed to be. For a while, it was like, oh, hey, NARLCS, a bunch of teams were supposed to give bubble players a chance, and now NRG, you know, Garrett and Justin, they're the only ones to do it with Eris. Well, look at Noly now. Who would have expected him to be the bubble scene savior? And now that's exactly what he is doing. You see what he did when he gave Chronic a chance, and now Noly's minions, you know, they're setting up to make a run for themselves. So that top 4, I mean, don't be surprised if you see those top 4 make it to the grand finals, 2 of those teams.
And just making it to top 4. There's a lot of money on the line here in this bubble tournament. I mean, 7K overall prize pool. The winner gets $3,500, but you get to 4th place, solid chunk of change, and $500. Then it's $1,000, $2,000, and like I said, $3,500 for the winner. That bracket is stacked, so making top 4, I think, is an accomplishment, Pyro. Like, you get some money for your troubles, and all the way to the top, $3,500, making it through that stacked bracket, you've earned it.
Oh yeah, you've earned it and then some. I mean, you've set yourself up for success for more of these Rocket League bubble scene tournaments. That's the beauty of these, is these are series. This is Showdown. It's not the one and done. It's not the single night. There's more to go. So you're setting that team up for success. Whereas, Mr. Bepic, some of these teams, if they don't really make it to day 3, if they don't make it even as far into day 3 as they wanted to, these players might switch up into the next bubble scene tournament. So you want to cement that foundation early on so that you have those fundamentals to just build on top of as this offseason progresses. So it's really exciting to see. This Showdown could be the start of something new for one of these brand new shining offseason teams.
I mean, to have just having formed a lot of these rosters, being new-ish to the bubble scene, like, yeah, we got some consistent cores in Adam and J-Pow, but bringing in a new third, I think they won the draw 4 with Oath. Now they're playing with Heck for this tournament. Like, getting that experience now with how long the off season is could not be more valuable. And if they decide to stick this Heck, J-Pow, and Adam roster, maybe they go back to Oath. Who knows? Since the RLCS isn't coming back for a couple more months. You're getting valuable experience to build on in the next couple of months, because you don't have to be ready tomorrow. Like, if this were following the same schedule as last season for the RLCS, you'd have to be ready to go, like, right now, because the season will be getting to go again. But you got some time in the off season to develop yourselves and get that valuable experience playing against major winners like Noly and his new band of misfits. So if you're a bubble scene nerd, like, following these events is so exciting.
It is, because then you're the one that people turn to when we do get to the RLCS season. Like, hold on, wait, Hex on this roster? Where did he come from? It's like, oh, well, let me tell you exactly where and when it happens. So that's why it's valuable to tune in to these events, is that the off-season, Bepic, it's a blessing and it's a curse. It really is. This extended off-season, a lot of people just want to get back into the RLCS session, but at the same time, especially if you're a fan of North America, this is kind of a necessary time for our talent to redevelop, to start from square one, to look really at what team makes sense. And, this is where that kind of thing begins.
And for the teams at the top that are playing in this tournament, I mean, Burgers, they're in the lower bracket right now. Pirates on a Boat, these are RLCS rosters. Andy, Gyro, Toasty. Daniel is in the lower bracket right now, playing with Atomic and Mist, more major contenders in the RLCS, and they're in the lower bracket playing one another in round one, Pyro. I mean, that's kind of crazy, and it shows you just how wild the offseason can be. Like, these bubble teams can play up to snuff, up alongside these potential top rosters. Sure, they're kind of pickup rosters. So that doesn't really help them in terms of having experience playing together. But still, these are top talents that are in the lower bracket right now playing these bubble teams.
Oh, yeah. And we can talk about that for a second, because shout out to the people that run the Chalked Cast and Get Pros to talk about the podcast. And, I think it was Arsenal who mentioned this about how, pros could play these bubble teams more and more, but then we're just helping them get better. Why would I help the people that want to compete against me, take my trophy, take my money to get better? Like, I'm not going to do that. But here we are, and the bubble players get their chance because pro teams are kind of forced to play them for this fat stack of cash. Shout out to Psyonix for partnering here today with, Rocket League Esports with Bandits on Wheels to allow for that money to happen, to make these engagements occur. You want that money, you gotta go through these bubble players who, some could argue, are hungrier for it. That chase to that golden ceiling that you mentioned, players like Repeat Epic that really haven't had that taste of RLCS, that may produce a stronger hunger and a starvation for it than any player out there now.
And guys like Repeat, like Alraz, Delta, they don't have that kind of backup structure in terms of an RLCS contract. Like, they need this prize money. They're looking to make a name for themselves in these tournaments, get an org kind of eyeing them for this upcoming RLCS season, because making a living playing Rocket League is so difficult to do. And I mean, it looks easy when you're just taking a glance at the top of the RLCS. I mean, longevity, you've got a lot of pros that have been doing this for a long time, but that just makes breaking in that much more difficult. I mean, guys like Alraz and Delta, who have, I'm looking at the test lobby right now, RLCSX contender titles. Like, they aren't at the top of the RLCS, but they found a way to make a name for themselves enough to keep things consistent. And it's thanks to these kinds of tournaments, these 7Ks, these 5Ks, where they're making a name, getting the occasional org signing, and outside of that, just playing their hearts out on the Rocket League pitch.
I'm glad we had a chance to exhaust our excitement about tournaments like this, Pepic, because, I mean, I've been with Bandits since January 2022, right? Yeah. But you've been there since long before that. You were born, bred, and baked into this bubble scene. So I know, as we're getting into this match number one in just a second, you're about as excited as I am, if not more.
I know. I mean, I worked my first Bandits on Wheels tournament in April of 2021, about 2.5 years ago. And Bandits has slowly worked its way up to this point where now we're about to kick off a championship Sunday of a $7,000 Psyonix-backed tournament. It's Boulevard. It's Hey Bro. This is Bandits on Wheels. Pyro, here we go.
Hey, yo, get up, get loud, and get excited for our first goal already on the mark today, as Boulevard didn't take him long to get that road stretched out for him.
Clean read from Delta. That is not a simple ball. Sure, you got the advantage off kickoff of going right into your opponent's back wall, but you still got to read that back wall ramp bounce, and Delta did that. Now Hockey's trying to respond. A 1v1 situation, bumps the last man, and just like that, 11 seconds in, we've already had back-to-back goals.
I'm gonna show this game to any person that's suspect about being a fan of Rocket League because you look at these first 11 seconds, how can you not be? I'm sure the Twitch chat is arguing about cringe or not with that last bump. It doesn't matter, goal's a goal. And players like Hockey especially are looking to make a statement today. They said on Twitter, don't doubt them, and I'm sure Creams is speaking the same.
Don't doubt anyone in this lobby. There's a reason they're playing on the top side of the bracket right now, and I think we've seen beautifully 3 of those reasons. Huge goal-scoring opportunities to open up game 1 for really both sides, and both sides taking advantage of it. I think Hey Bros just had that one extra one, so they've got the lead 30 seconds in.
Okay. We've gone from penalty kick shootout to maybe what Rocket League typically is. I don't know. I'm saying that with bated breath at the moment as Wavy takes a 50 there from the corner. But I love how this engagement began from Hey Bro. It was Wavy with a high touch out to Creams, the other side of the infield. They're already looking for crosses. They're matching up with these passing plays. They're getting the last goalie to be bumped away. Hey Bro with near perfect coordination.
Well, I need to know who Hey Bro scrimmed before this series, because obviously that's the team everyone should be eyeing to get warmed up for big matches. They have come out firing. Hey Bro has 3-1 after conceding the opening goal. Like, they got punched in the mouth the first couple of seconds, and now they've put up 4 unanswered goals.
It's a punishment to score on Hey Bro. I don't know what team hasn't understood that yet, but it puts a fire under them, and they look to make you pay for what you've done. 4 goals appears to be the penance here in the first minute, but something tells me there's more to come.
I mean, Hey Bro, certainly the hot hand at the moment, not only in this game, but in this event as well, only dropping 1 game in their 2 series yesterday, beating that missed Daniel in an atomic roster that everyone should have been fearing coming into this tournament. But Hey Bro took him down, and Boulevard just another stepping stone in the easy to traverse path to victory for Hey Bro at the moment.
Oh, so many motivation factors at play. That's what's inspiring these players to make shots like that. We've gone our longest stretch of time, a whole 30 to 40 seconds without a goal on the board. Hockey gets a touch over. Repeat has this dribble sequence, but it's well blocked by Hockey. We're seeing those fundamentals on defense take place from Hey Bro. It's good to see them prove themselves on the back half as well.
Oh, Hockey in a lone man situation. Delta helped out a little bit, putting that ball into the opposite corner, but finally, we're seeing Boulevard set themselves up in offense. It's been a minute since they've had an extended possession in that Hey Bro side. We'll see if they can work a goal out of this opportunity, but at the moment, Hey Bro just staying composed, playing the ball slowly when they know they've got time, and it leads to a clear. The clear actually followed up on Hockey guarding the midfield line well. That pushes back Boulevard for a moment, and Hey Bro, low on boost at the moment, can kind of collect their bearings and, well, rush to their goal line to make big saves like Hockey just did.
Yeah, and listen, there are those moments to rush back, but for the most part, it's been composed from Hey Bro. Creams already expecting a defensive clear, so he's able to posture himself behind the ball to block it. Hockey not necessarily going for a goal, but just maybe a bump afterwards to open up the shot lane. That one almost open wide for Delta. A second look, repeat, gets the third. It's top corner, and no defender can stretch past it.
There we go. Boulevard cutting this lead down to 2. That's how you answer. I mean, 4 goals, sure, it hurts to give up that number, but Boulevard gave it up very early on in this game, and that's given them time to settle down and develop some quality chances to try and cut into the solid buffer that Hey Bro built for themselves. So, still a 2-goal lead. Hey Bro in a safe position for now, but if they keep giving up extended possession plays to Boulevard, we've been hyping up Hey Bro a lot in this game, but Boulevard right there with them.
Well, and that extended possession has really cooled down the Jets that have been behind Hebro. It was only that first minute of gameplay that they had scored. So we've crossed over 2 minutes since they have found the back of the net. And Boulevard, an important team to not doubt. We have to remember that in the previous draw, the latest one that just happened, they drew NRG and swept them to make top 4. There aren't really many teams that Boulevard can't take on and feel confident against. Know that they have the talents behind them to beat.
75 seconds left. Make the comeback happen, but now it's Hebro controlling possession, wasting clock with that 2-goal lead. Alraz and Delta want to find a clear and a pass to repeat. 40 boost off the side wall, a flip reset pass off the back wall of Hebro, but it's defended well, and Hockey's going to find a demo to clear a path for Creams to clear. Headed to that blue back wall, repeats just missed, but aggressive posturing there from Hebro gives that third man a lack of confidence. Commit for that play, but hey bro, they don't need a 5th goal right now. They've got their 2-goal lead and they are defending it beautifully.
It's been held together well. Boulevard just not really finding that chance to strike at the net. They're getting the ball towards the orange zone, but not enough looks. Hebro doing a great job of keeping the ball contained into unscorable areas. Delta gonna get the pass off, no Creams, cuts off the lane. Repeat behind it, back out to Alraz, but they're running out of time. Ball stretches across the half-court line. Repeat follows this with the remaining boost that was in the tank. Bit of a double commit there, could open up a lane for Alraz, but it's cut off well by Creams. And Hebro, well, they're looking at the finish line now. Game 1, I guess that 4 goals in the first minute of game number 1 was enough for them to stretch past the Boulevard and take the first win of our final day here for the Bandits on Wheels Fall Showdown.
Well, hey bro, pioneering new strategies in Rocket League. You score 4 unanswered goals, and that's what you need to do to win, apparently. So everyone take notes. Just score 4 goals in your game, and you're probably gonna win. Hey bro, doing it well to open up this series. But I mean, once they got that 4th goal, the offense slowed down. Boulevard solidified, and that bodes well for game 2, I feel. They figured out their defensive rotations. They slowed down the onslaught of Hebro, and Boulevard found some good looks themselves. They only had 5 shots in that game, but welcome coming there at the end as they controlled that midfield line well and developed some solid chances.
I feel like every minute still speaks, though, to where we should have confidence in Hebro. They only had 4 shots for 4 goals. That was in the first minute of gameplay. You could argue, well, they didn't score in the final 4 minutes. Well, guess what? They didn't need to. They just needed to control the pace of the game and ensure that they could have confidence in themselves that once that 5-minute clock starts again, they can take them right to it again. So we'll hop right into game number 2 here as Hebro look to have just as an electrifying start.
Or not. False start there. We gotcha. That was a classic Bandits on Wheels prank for you right there. So we're going to take a moment to get everything settled down for game 2 as we sort that out. But you're right. Hebro, they didn't have to score and they or really play a ton of offense at the end of game 1 right there. And I guess that buffer's nice, but now how do they play when they don't have that buffer? Do they go back to play an aggressive offense to open up this game 2, or is it the same rhythm that they fell into at the end of the first game when it was Boulevard kind of controlling the pace of play? I guess we'll kind of find answers there once game 2 does start, but a lot of questions still.
Yeah, well, we're starting right now. 5 minutes on the clock, still same server, so they are going. And listen, there's a lot of motivation factors at play here for teams to win and to stay in the upper bracket when you have teams like the Burgers. Daniel down there sitting, waiting, probably ready to move on through this lower bracket to take down any of these teams that take a loss here. So you've got to be at the top of your game now that you are in day 3, the final day, the upper bracket. And especially for Hebro, they don't want to get Boulevard started and give them their first lead in this series.
No kidding. I mean, it's like walking a tightrope without a net below you. When you look at the teams that are awaiting whoever does have the misfortune of losing their first series on the day on the upper side. It's a terrifying prospect, and it makes you want to get rid of this series as soon as you can. Just 3-0 them and be done with it.
Yeah, that easy, right? It's that simple. It doesn't look to be that simple. We're going to have another pause here. There seem to be issues with freezing, with having a little bit of trouble. I think one player is going to need to restart. So we'll get the Rocket League, the cars, the wheels, the ball, the whole thing back in the game very soon. I think we couldn't ask for a more polarizing series, Bepik. It was game number 1. We had 5 goals in the first minute. And now game number 2, we've had 2 pauses. So we really experienced the whole extremities here in the Fall Showdown.
I mean, that's the way the bubble tournaments go. It's why I love this level. You have the high-flying triple flip reset plays, but you also have the plays where like everyone's kind of floundering around and you're like, what is going on? There's no way to break it down easily, but that's the part of the fun. I mean, it's extra time for us to talk. So hey, Pyro, you and I are winning right now.
Oh, we're always winning. I mean, we could even take another look at the bracket if we want to. We could just speak on it as well for what lower bracket games are happening today. There are some interesting ones happening. Like, you're wondering where Burgers and Pirates on a Boat are in this day 3 in this final tournament. Neither of them are in the upper bracket at this point. They're both playing each other in lowers. It is ridiculous just to consider, just to think that neither of those teams are even going to be in your top 4 today, or one of them could be if they make a run here. But it is like sharks in the water right now if you fall down in that lower bracket. I can't wait to find out if one of those teams, if Sup make it all the way through after taking out Lights Out, we could have any story there in lowers.
I mean, we could be down to 1 invite team after the first round of play on Championship Sunday. Like, that's an insane prospect, because you look at the like, invited teams graphic and the dorky logos that teams are submitting, but those are some terrifying names. I mean, we keep talking about Burgers because that's the easiest team to kind of put on a pedestal with the names that they're boasting. But we've also got Lion Blaze, Kinsa's here, Andy's here, Toasty, Gyro, like big RLCS names that are playing in the lower bracket and fighting for their lives at the moment, because I know it's a bubble tournament. Maybe they're focused on RLCS. They think, oh, it's not RLCS, we can't take it seriously. But these are still competitors. Like, these players still want to win, and a loss still hurts their pride. And so you're fighting for that, just your competitive spirit. And a lot of these guys, we like to break them down, say they're just playing for money at times and glory. But I mean, these guys play for pride too.
Oh, there's a lot of pride on the line. Hockey, one of the players we just saw, was tweeting about, hey, do not doubt us. There is no reason to doubt us right now. Please stop doubting. Hey, bro, if you didn't watch day 2, you better watch day 3, because him, Creams, and Wavy, they are keen. They are determined to make it all the way and make sure people believe in this team. And some players, some people don't really see a lot of ones mains, quote unquote, make it very far in these tournaments. We can put Wavy on a pedestal here. We could talk about Cosmic on Noly's Minions. Both of these teams right now, though, in the upper bracket of day 3, which only 4 teams made it there. So a lot of this tournament is about pride, and it's also about putting to rest those doubts that people have about them.
Yeah, and I mean, I really don't believe in the myth that one's mains can't play threes properly. Like,
look at what Gen G's becoming.
It's difficult. Thank you. I was about to bring up Gen G. Like, that is a ones roster in 3v3. Like, that's a 1v1v1 versus 3 when teams are playing Gen G in the RLCS, which they've all translated incredible ones abilities to the threes pitch. And sure, it's more difficult. There's more of a learning curve because it's two very different game modes. But I mean, S5 Cosmic and Wavy, both prime examples of players making their name. Alex Zapatos, another one, making a name for themselves in ones, and then come threes, they're still making runs through day 2 of RLCS qualifiers and 7K, Bandits on Wheels, fall showdowns like this.
Yeah, there's no reason to doubt the 1v1ers. In fact, Bepik, maybe after these couple games, I'm going to go hit 1v1 myself, try to get myself out of Champ 1. We'll see. I'll probably lose my first game 2-9 and then never pick up the game for another week. But, you know, that's another story. I applaud and I salute those 1v1 demons. I don't know how they have a strong enough mental to do it, especially Zapatos, who we just mentioned, who somehow rocks it on the Sentio. I could go on and talk about the Harbinger, but I'm not going to make time time for that today. We gotta keep time
Spared
on for
us.
these players in these games. By the way, thank you everyone for being so patient. We just have one player having some PC issues. They had to do a quick restart. We'll get them back in the same lobby where players are still patiently waiting. Any second, we should have game number 2 back for you.
And for those curious as to who we might be seeing in the next match on stream, we're waiting on the winner of Burgers and Pirates on a Boat. They'll be taking on the loser of Old Heads and Noly's Minions. So if you're here, you're wondering why Burgers are on the screen right now, well, you better stick around, because after this series, they very well could be, should they take down Pirates on a Boat. But we're still focused on the upper side of the bracket right now with Heybro and Boulevard back on the pitch. All the tech issues, I'm praying, have been sorted out as we're off to the races once again.
I'm glad you forget about it. Hockey coming in with some fireworks. It's like the grand finale of the fireworks display, but happening at the very beginning of the show. What kind of dunk was that?
Someone get the Tactical Banditry social media manager on the phone, because I got something for him. Hockey just delivered a banger of an opening goal in game 2. Said, yeah, some teams, they get iced by the tech pauses that they have to endure. Not this team. Heybro looking fine, Hockey looking magnificent, and Cream's trying to add one more goal to the pile that Heybro's been amassing, but that time stuffed by the defense.
Yeah, that was the defense of Delta, the player that was having a couple issues. So I'm glad to see that player making quick reaction plays to stop the ball on the goal line that should put to rest. And he doubts that this player having some of those issues, those should be sorted out. And maybe they can put some firepower behind this attack as well. We only saw them score a couple goals in the last game. They were pretty spaced out. Maybe game 2 is where they find that footing.
That's a decent ball from Repeat. Alraz chose not to turn on it. So Delta's gonna move up, play a little bit of offense for Boulevard, see if they can set themselves up for some possession. Nice shot top shelf, but pushing up too far and allows the escape for Heybro to refuel, maybe set up their offense again, but Delta dismantling any kind of midfield structure and putting Boulevard right back on the front foot. Doing a good job of attacking Heybro's corners at the moment, getting the ball back center for a shot, but once again, pushing up too far. Heybro is going to punish Boulevard this time around.
It's a solid punish there. There's just a little bit of lack in communication going on from Boulevard. An infield pass comes in, and if there's someone mid, it's a great time to strike. Problem is, nobody's there. Great range on the field for Boulevard, but it stretched a bit too thin on that play.
And now, when you look at the overall scoreline, Boulevard's given up 6 goals in the last game and a half. I thought their defense had solidified, and sure, giving up that goal to Hockey, that's just one of those plays you say, all right, Hockey just beat us. But that last one was Boulevard kind of capitulating a little bit in the midfield third. No one there to defend, and the pass was too weak to prevent that immediate counterattack for Heybro. So Boulevard's got them some things to sort out. They're making good diving saves at the moment when they are back, but Boulevard needs some goals soon.
Yeah, how do you sort it out when the transitions from Heybro are that powerful?
True.
The passing play between Wavy and Creams looked lethal, just barely got the diving save away. In that trade sequence of demos that we had a momentary 2v2, maybe a lapse in the defense for Boulevard to strike. They have turned it around in their favor, and there is going to be a shot from Delta sent away by Wavy. Auraz has another take, but it's a slow roller. An advantage on the 50 though from Repeat as he takes advantage.
That is such a pretty ball from Repeat. Again, Boulevard pushing up aggressively, and if Hockey gets around Repeat right there, it's off to the races. Heybro's got another great look at a transition goal, but Repeat takes the best possible 50-50 right there on Hockey's cut, slams it into the back of the Heybro net, and there we go. Just like that, all of that talk about Heybro winning this game by a mile is out the window because it's a 1-goal game in the final 80 seconds.
And maybe it's fair to comment on the transition game from Heybro and how confident they are as Hockey was trying to dribble that away. Maybe a little too confident as he didn't expect the 50-50. He didn't expect the second goal either. Delta, you can be very sure that he is back.
Great speed. I love the cinematic shot of Hockey and Creams hustling to get back to the goal line, but they weren't fast enough to meet Delta. Perfect offense from Boulevard. A bang-bang sequence from them. Levels the game just like that. Hey Bro was in such a commanding lead, it felt like. But that shows you how flimsy those kind of situations are in Rocket League, as Boulevard is right back in game 2.
They are, and they're looking to fire away again. Hockey keen to stay behind that ball and take it from one corner to another and then take a shot as well. A hard one that forces Alraz up and high, long clear, but miscoordination there for Boulevard. On the turnaround, counterattack diffuses there as the passing play goes amiss, but Delta's still on top of it. Repeat can take a shot here as well. Opts to pass it instead, but to no man's land. There was a boost grab instead of a ball grab there from Alraz, and they just could not get that passing sequence to go. Important though for Boulevard to not give it up on an overextension here, as overtime could be looming. Repeat going for the goalie. Wavy dodges the bump and gets the save. 10 seconds to go. Ball in the corner now. Delta, good 50. Stretches past the face of the goal. Hockey in chase, in pursuit, but Repeat beats them to the ball. One last take here for Boulevard before we take it to OT. Creams with the clear. Delta keeps it high and alive and almost below the ball, but it is OT in game 2.
Our first overtime of Championship Sunday. Boulevard now feeling like the team in the driver's seat with how frantic the pace was for them in offense in the final 60 seconds or so of that game. But Hey Bro wins the initial kickoff of OT, though they are forced back by Boulevard. Good ball for Alraz here. Wavy's on the back wall, though. Be able to defend that play nicely, though. Boulevard once again just trying to set up their offense. Solid speed, though, by Wavy there on the side wall to clear the zone.
And Hockey, that could be dangerous there in the corner. Had some boost to work with and a hard pass towards the center, but it's taken to the ceiling now. Alraz sees Repeat in the corner, trying to dive in and steal some boost, but couldn't get there in time. Delta past one, looking to beat Hockey on this engagement, but that interaction wins out for Hockey. Creams able to pick it up instead. There's no dodge left for Creams, but he still sets it high. Wavy right under the ball, leaves it for Hockey, but the shot still blocked by Boulevard.
Love the idea there, the fake into potentially Hockey finding the finisher, but the defense really gets so well. Alraz especially for Boulevard, this game has been instrumental in defense. He's made 4 saves, and I think 3 of those 4 have been like one of those back to the plays where you're driving towards the goal line, trying to play it off your back wall, so Hey Bro can't immediately finish on an open net. Alraz has been monstrous for Boulevard in keeping them in a manageable situation in this game, and now in overtime, playing 90 seconds after that solid Hey Bro offensive, and now Delta and Repeat passing play in the corner of Hey Bro doesn't work out, but still good looking chances that Boulevard is developing right now.
At this point, I don't know what does get past Hey Bro. The passing plays in the infield are nearly perfect, but still, Hey Bro able to intercept and interject their way into these link-ups. Somehow, some way, built up the ceiling, just misses the ball. Repeat, a bouncer shot, blocked again by Wavy. The looks are there, the opportunity provided, but the finishing factor just comes loose.
8 saves made by Hey Bro. I was talking about Boulevard's backline defense. Hey Bro matching them at the moment, and this overtime just keeps going. Wavy dumping off to Creams. The shot low. Bumps Alraz, but Repeat has control of the play. Zoned off by Creams. I love that off-the-ball movement from him, being a nuisance on his rotation out of an offensive play that doesn't quite work out, and it puts Hey Bro right back to an offensive position.
And they are attacking on it. Creams up high, forces the defender to lurk on the backboard. Alraz able to get a put away, but Hockey up the ceiling again. They're trying to provide chances at higher elevations. Creams dominating on the ceiling once again, opting for that pinch play. Hockey pitching it up to the ceiling again and again, forcing Boulevard to expend all their resources just to get to this ball. At a certain point, it could be too much pressure for them to defend the next shot, which that pass could come through, but Hockey demoed out of the play.
Now Delta's found a clear, but allows Wavy to poke it back to the blue side of the pitch. Alraz and Repeat both commit for that ball, but Repeat salvages the double commit with a great 50-50. Another double there in defense. This time it's Hey Bro committing the sin. So we're still going to fight for this ball in the midfield. No one seems content with taking control of the play, though Alraz 100 boost, playing it off the ceiling. Second touch on target, but easily blocked away by Creams, and it's Habro off to the races. Repeat slowing down this counterattack, and again, nothing easy is being given to either of these two teams. They're having to work so hard for the potential game winner as Hockey goes too high on that shot.
Nothing easy being given, so mistakes are minimized, but at the same time, who's risking it for the biscuit right now? Not too many players. They always got that third man back. Creams at the moment playing very deep in the offensive rotation, ensuring that a breakaway play from Boulevard does not take place, doesn't find its form, and instead, they're pushed back farther and farther. Hockey, shot right under the crossbar that is saved by Alraz. Still Habro looking to attack, looking to dominate those midfield boosts. But that's not going to stop Repeat. Has a full preset available, but Hockey, again, on the backboard, steers it clear.
Oh, everyone take a deep breath. Oh, Alraz has just missed, but he doubles it off his own back wall. That dude cannot miss from that position right now. He's made 7 saves in this overtime, but it's all for naught. Habro's gonna go up 2-0 in the series after taking a lengthy overtime that Boulevard forced them to pry from their cold dead hands.
This is the case with these Bubble to Pro tournaments. The margins are that thin. We almost go to a second game's length in overtime to decide this game too, and Habro end up just eking out the win. It was off of that small mistake from Boulevard to clear, not strong enough, and Habro ready to pounce as they always have been.
Man, I feel for Alraz there. 7 saves, but it wasn't enough. Repeat and Delta, 2 apiece. I mean, the defenses were working overtime right there. And they're not signed to orgs, but they better be getting that OT pay, because that was a struggle for both sides. And yes, hey bro, now forcing Boulevard to reverse sweep. They're in a great position, but this series is extremely close, with the end of game 1 being as tight as it was, and then obviously game 2 being as close as humanly possible, cutting into game 3's playtime with that OT. Like, these two squads so evenly matched at the moment, but Boulevard in a bad position right now. They're gonna have to lock in and see what they can do here in game 3.
I think Boulevard, they need to lock in. They also maybe got to take that risk. They made that push to get the comeback to force OT, but was there to play to really pressure Hey Bro? At a certain point, yes, they've kind of locked down the lethal counterattacks that we've seen out of Hey Bro. Yes, they limit him to just 2 goals a game instead of 4. But where is that firepower behind the offense? Because if they don't find that soon enough, they're going to find themselves too far behind again.
And this play right here encapsulates the advantage that Habro has had this entire series. Like, we've been saying both sides evenly matched, but Habro's been making plays like that extra touch, the touch to get the defense off guard. I mean, Cream's undercutting that play, popping the ball up, and then using Wavy's speed to turn that into a great goal-scoring opportunity. Habro perfectly executed opening play of the game, and again, first blood for them. They scored first in every game. No, not true. Boulevard took first blood in game 1. Never mind.
But it's felt like it, right? Because they followed that first goal with 4 of their own in the first minute. So is that good enough for first blood at that point? It almost feels like it. That being said, that is not going to stall the offense out of Boulevard. They're still going to give it every effort they have. That midfield pass almost linked up for a double tap. But, hey, bro, they've had it locked up on the backboard for a while now. They've got a demolition in their favor as well. But Creams sends it over to Hockey with a long clear. That's going to buy them enough time to resurface their attack.
There was some risking it for the biscuit, as you've been saying, from Boulevard, though. Aggression in the corner, the demo to try and get something going on the near side, but Hockey just did so well taking control of the play and on 0 boost, finding a big clear for Habro. It's just been nullifying this aggression from Boulevard Habro has, and finding good-looking counterattacks like this again, as Creams is allowed to shoot. Leaves a little bit to be desired on the power side, but follows it up with a great setup for Wavy, making Boulevard expend resources and just stressing them out, I'm sure, on the goal line with these great-looking balls.
And that's the problem too, because Wavy had a great look there on the shot. The defense, they know that's going to be on target. They know they have to fend that off. The mistake's just not going to be made from that player. So it's forcing them to make big plays on defense, but the big play, they can't make it. I don't care how fast you are, you're not plummeting down quick enough to make that save.
Creams sacrificed himself to allow Wavy to score that. He put his life in front of Delta. Delta took it, but that meant he couldn't catch up to the ball, and repeat on the back wall was awkward. Needed a teammate in that situation. Didn't have one. Delta was out of the play, but off kickoff, repeat, and Delta trying to get it back. Demo's raining in. Instead, though, it's Wavy in a 1v1, and that's a terrifying prospect, but Alraz does well again from his own goal line.
This is the issue right now. This is the big problem. Boulevard off that kickoff. A massive chance to score. They could have ripped the shot, but it was too high, and they're immediately punished. If you do not take advantage of those small amount of opportunities that find their way, they're just not going to get back into this game.
I mean, and now they need 3 to get back in this game, and there's time on the board sure to do it, but hey bro is back to playing that rapid fire offense we saw in game 1 that scored 4 unanswered, and in defense, Hockey is a menace, getting through 2 aggressing Boulevard players. It leads to a clear that repeat is going to cut down before it turns into a goal scoring opportunity. But hey bro, again, finding a not easy clear, but one that nullifies everything Boulevard's trying to build.
Wavy registers his 7th shot of the game right now. That is 7 of 8 right now for Hey Bro. How about another though for Hockey? It's just a ton of pressure against Boulevard in this game. With 2 minutes to go, they need to flip a switch and they need to turn the tides. Everything has to be in their favor at this point if they want to stay alive in the upper bracket.
What can Alraz do? Nothing. Can't get through repeat. Or sorry, can't get through Hockey as repeat steps up next. And that near side is not open for business for Boulevard. Hey Bro has locked it down, and Wavy finding Hockey for a clear. Great duo effort to get the ball out of the defensive zone again. Push back Boulevard and set Creams up for half a shot on target, a little bit wide. So Delta plays it up, and then the boost to follow it himself. That invites Hockey into the play. Boulevard still trying to develop. I'm loving the thoughts here, but they just can't predict where Hey Bro's going.
It's tough here. I mean, they just got to keep locking it down at this point. Look how deep Boulevard are invested into those offensive progressions, though. It takes a marathon race for Alraz to just get back to that ball, and now it's taken right back to Delta. That 2 minutes is already stretched down to 1. So they need to stretch Hey Bro thin to get back into this one. Alraz maybe sees a passing play off the backboard, but he's knocked away. Wavy just controls it. Back down to the corner. Shot there for Delta. It's near post and it's in. A breath of life for Boulevard.
That was a much-needed breath of life because they were on death's doorstep going into the final minute down by 3. But finally, they win on the near side. They get through 2 Hey Bro defenders, and you give your player a chance to shoot. Delta nails the shot. And okay, everyone settle in. Boulevard is on the comeback trail. 2 goals in less than a minute. It's doable, especially with their offense starting to get going here.
Oh boy, Hockey almost just stealing that like the bandit that he could be here. That could have really put an end to this game, so could that shot have been as well? Another look here for Hey Bro. It's off the top corner, bounces away, Cream still attacking. It's never ending from Hey Bro.
Wavy can't read the post bounce, so he says, all right, I'll read Alraz's movement instead. Takes him out and gives Creams the freest shot he's gonna have all day. Beautifully done by Hey Bro. And again, it's just these random moments where Hey Bro are doing unexpected things in Boulevard's eyes, who can't read the movements of the 3 orange cars on the pitch, can't get around them, and end up conceding in that instance as a result of it. And more than likely, Pyro gonna lose the series now as Hey Bro on the doorstep of a 3-0 off the back of some brilliant offense.
Don't doubt Hey Bro. We told you before the match started, and if you didn't know before, then now, surely you gotta know. That is it, folks. Game 3 is done. This series over. Round 1 of the final playoff bracket for this first fall showdown of Bandit on Wheels is completed. Hey Bro knocks Boulevard down to the lower bracket. And guess what? a lot of people wanted to see Noly. They're going to see him eventually. That's exactly the team that Hey Bro is going to match up with in the winners finals. Noly's Minions.
A 3-1 Noly's Minions taking down Old Heads. That's an impressive result, and that's a team that just keeps ticking along. Cosmic Frosty and Noly doing some damage here at the Fall Showdown, but there's a lot of people also asking for the burgers. They'll be taking on those Old Heads on Stream Pyro in our next series.
Yeah, listen, I don't think we can talk about what the burgers have done without talking about who they've taken away there. Pirates on a Boat swept by the burgers. I mean, we expected a damaging performance to be done by the burgers, just maybe no one estimated them to be in the lower bracket. So honestly, that's just tough for Pirates on a Boat, and invite a team of Andy, Gyro, and Toasty having to face up against them in the first round here today.
I mean, this tournament is brutal for those that lose on day one, because you have to make the lower bracket run just the entirety of the weekend once you do drop that series. And you face teams like Burgers, like Pirates on a Boat, like Sakpartik. It's stacked down there. And so Old Heads, I mean, Pyro, that's a tough draw for them, but the way Burgers been playing, like that's doable for Old Heads.
Doable's really the good word to use here.
Not a believer.
Every time you gotta look. No, it's not that I'm not a believer. It's just that for both teams, it seems quote unquote doable. Because you look at the opposing side from either way, and it's like, dang, that's a tough team right there. Like Old Heads with Adam, like you just expect them to go the distance. Adam's been tearing up these bubble tournaments with J-Pow as well. And so a lot of these teams just have what it takes to go all the way. But hey, we get a look at that lower bracket of Burgers and Old Heads just to find out here, Betpick. I'm excited.
Ooh, before we do dip off to a break, Sup has taken down Sakpartik in Game 5. Okay, they'll be playing Boulevard in the next round, but players are about ready to start the next series, so we're going to throw to a quick break and get everyone fueled up and prepared for our lower round 2 matchup. So stick with us, because Bandits on Wheels Fall Showdown will be back in a bit. Wheels Fall Showdown returns, and this time we're moving on down to the lower side of the bracket. We got an elimination match between Burgers and Old Heads. Big best of 5 right here, Mr. Pyro J, between two teams that have had their fair share of W's in tournaments like this.
Oh, yeah. Listen, you hear about the teams that are joining this tournament. You hear Burgers versus Old Heads, and you're like, yeah, that could be a final. Okay, well, not quite. That's not how things worked out. We already spoke about how 3 of the 4 invited teams had to qualify through the lower bracket. The 4th team of Lights Out not even making it. They got knocked out by Sup, who's moving their way through the lower bracket today as well. But we're focused on that Old Heads Burger match. Losers quarterfinals, Mr. Bevic. They're still working to get in that money.
No kidding. And with just one invite team left, like, I think if you had told someone before this event started, like, all right, Burgers is going to be the last invite team standing when it's all said and done with this tournament, you're like, okay, so they're in the grand finals, right? No, they still have to win 1, 2, 3 more series just to get into the top 2 at the Fall Showdown. But that just goes to show you how hungry the bubble scene is, taking down RLCS talent, and now Old Heads can take down Burgers, the last invite team in Lowers round 2.
And it's hard to think about which team we want to talk about first. Like, I'm keen to start with the Old Heads because they really could be the team to take out the final invited teams.
Yeah.
Old Heads, especially of Adam and J-Pal. We talked about how they've won one of the draws, number 4 back in July. Adam's just a menace when it comes to any bubble scene tournament, no matter what team they're on. And then if I'm not mistaken, J-Pal has a history with Heck.
Yeah, so I'm a massive bubble scene nerd, and back in 2019, the RLRS had this team called Stromboli, and it featured J-Pow and Heck alongside another player you might have heard of called Andy. It was a 4-man roster, and so Heck and J-Pow are familiar with one another. While J-Pow has had, I think, a lot more RLCS success than Heck has still hung around the top of the bubble scene for a long time. So you look at them, the draw version of Old Heads with Oath instead of Heck, you think, okay, that's a downgrade going from Oath to Heck. No, I don't think that's a massive downgrade because Heck can certainly hold his own, even in the lobby with Miss Dan and Atomic.
Yeah, we can't avoid this Burgers team, can we? Obviously, we see Atomic and Daniel teaming up again here, but this time not with Beast Mode. Beast Mode having to sit out this time, and but you can't really complain about this Mist insertion. Mist had played with Complexity in the previous draw, now is playing with Burgers, just kind of flopping around, and Mist has kind of been like a third that you can see any team fill in with, and we're expecting some greatness from this player, no doubt, here against the Old Heads. We're expecting a banger of a matchup here in the lower bracket of the Fall Showdown, so why don't we just get it started already? This is Old Heads versus Burgers in the lower quarters.
All right, away we go. Burgers still trying to right the ship. They were able to sink those pesky pirates in the last round. Now, can they take down these old fellas? I'm loving the logos, by the way, of this tournament. Like most teams have these just funny looking logos. I mean, look, beautiful looking burger, and then the piece of toast old man that we got for Old Heads. How about that?
Shout out to the burger. It's also on a tray. Like, that is the attention to detail we are expecting out of these big bubble scene tournaments. It's looking tasty there. But I'm sure the first goal looking just as tasty here for either one of these teams. It is Old Heads off to a bit of the better start in terms of possession. With a downwards pass as well. J-Pow and Heck. We mentioned the coordination these two players would have, and it's not a mistake.
I mean, it was just about 4 years ago when Heck and J-Pal were on that Stromboli team together. So the bond has been forged in many a fire, and it still shows to this day. What a drop down pass that was, though. Like that was a filthy touch.
And so Burgers, I mean, they got to have their head on a swivel here in this game. Mist touted as a top defender in this esport. has to be ready for really any passing play, and I'm sure that doesn't come out of the realm of expectation for this player, but they've got to be positioned and ready for it as well. They're getting a bit of a look on offense here too. Atomic stealing that boost, but couldn't get a handle on the ball.
J-Pal again trying to set up Heck for something, but this time it's defended by Daniel. Burgers starting to get cooking in offense. As missed testing the waters there as Heck makes a save, but Atomic misread there off the sidewall. Gives J-Pal a free look at the net, but Daniel again, good work on the defensive side, pushing back on this old heads counterattack.
Adam, how about this clear? A flip reset available, but he takes it back down to the ground. If he has more than 4 boosts, he might be able to take this shot, but why not a handoff? Why not a drop down to J-Pal to clean it up?
And this is, I love watching Adam work. When I was casting on the Nefarious team streams a couple of seasons ago, he was my favorite player to watch. And like, Buddy and Hockey were cool, but Adam is just a nutcase. I mean, behind the ball right there, you're taking on Mist, one of the best defenders in the entire world when it comes to Rocket League, and you outsmart him into making a poor touch, setting up your teammate to score. But hey, it doesn't matter. Burgers are going to nullify that last goal by doing kind of the same thing to Old Heads.
Yeah, it's been all about ripping apart the defense down to shreds until there's hardly a thing left. It's Adam as that diving savior that can't really stretch far enough for the save because of that dangerous play. We mentioned defense about Mist, but he was the one that generated that performance for the Burgers.
Now on the board are the Burgers, trying to keep their winning streak going. That sweep of Pirates on a boat had to feel good. And now they're trying to keep that going against the Old Heads. With their first goal, trying to make it 2. Daniel dump off after that 50-50 with J-Pow to miss, but Adam allowed space to clear, just bangs it down the field, and now Old Heads advancing. Heck, narrowly missing out on a touch right there that would set up some good offense. So Miss went out to develop something from the corner, but nothing doing. J-Pow finds it clear.
Love the boost efficiency right now out of Burgers. Daniel making that play on the sideball with 100 boost in the tank. Didn't expend a single resource on that play. And Daniel, an important player to have all that boost available. Atomic setting up the double tap. Couldn't get it. Water falls down. Shot goes a miss. And those are the plays you got to keep your eye out for because they can generate in less than a second.
Especially with these 3 players. Missed, play into the back wall. Heck and Adam are both up at him. Sorry, it was Heck that made that deft touch to play the ball away. Still, Burgers looking for that equalizer. Mist has his shot saved by Adam. Atomic next up, he's got a near full tank, but J-Pow shuts down the play in the corner now on an open net try, setting up Heck after the miss. That probably should have been a 3rd goal for Old Heads, but instead they're defending for their lives as Burgers move back into the offensive end.
What is possession? I don't know. This ball is stretching from one goal to the other. In less than 2.5 seconds, it's gonna do it again here. The high and wide pass to across the field. The midfield is just free right now. Nobody is dominating this area. The passing plays have been coordinated across the entire field every single time. No one interrupting, just everybody conserving their boost for the big counterattack play.
Wow, it's just free flight in the midfield. Finally, someone stepping up and putting up a little bit of resistance. Miss going to give Burgers a chance here. Atomic playing it slow through the corner. Center ball to kind of both Daniel and Mist, who are hanging around the area. Burgers trying to put the clamps on right now. Choke Old Heads out. But Adam's slow 50-50, looking for a bump on Atomic. He's too shifty for that, so he'll stick around the offensive end a little while longer. Be that nuisance that he loves to be. But Heck dodges it, and Old Heads don't find it clear, but they're not exactly being suffocated at the moment.
Atomic trying to suffocate that play. Couldn't stifle it enough, though, so it's jammed back again by Mist, but met by Heck, and that's really all Old Heads have to do at this point. Half a minute remaining, meet every shot, meet every clear, dodge every bump there. And you can coordinate yourselves to a victory against the almighty Burgers. Maybe extend your lead to 2. Heck, just behind the play, almost had that goal to go. Daniel, last effort. Don't doubt this man here. Right under pass 1, pass 2, shot not there. It goes too wide. Miss couldn't follow. It's jammed out across the other side of the field. It's plummeting to the ground. Daniel keeps the ball alive, and Atomic has a long clear out to Miss. Miss, guys up. Plummeting down, and no one can catch it. Old Heads hold on to that lead and take game number 1.
Wow, that was close though. I mean, Burgers, I think they've got 3 of the top names on the list of players you would want to have the ball in a 0-second situation, but Old Heads survive right there because Burgers found a rhythm at the end. They started gaining more and more field domination. I mean, 65% of that game spent on the Old Heads half. Burgers, 11 shots, but just 1 finding the back of the net. Impressive display of goal line defense by the Old Heads.
The defense was only played at the goal line this game. I mean, that's on the midfield for free. This felt like the closest to 3v3 freestyling that you could ever see. It's like one massive pass across the field, and the double tap just misses. And it's like, all right, guys, back on defense. They get to try now this time. Just a ridiculous performance in the mid section of this game here, game number 1 that has elapsed. I wonder if we see that same style in game number 2, or if we see a bit more midfield presence and trying to really dominate the pace of the game by either of these teams.
Well, midfield is still fluid for Atomic as he cuts through it, puts the ball back into the Old Heads box. Hex trying to find a clear, keeps control of the play, takes a solid 50-50, but Atomic, in his rotations out of the play, just plays the ball, and whoever's alongside it for Old Heads, he is so annoying, and it keeps possession for Burgers, allows that opportunity to develop, and allows the opening goal here for the Burgers side.
Take a snapshot of this play right here. That is bread and butter for the Burgers. It's Daniel to lead the offense, to take it up towards the ceiling, force out any resources and players from the defense, and just allow Atomic and Mist to play off each other, facilitate, and get that final look. If the Burgers can coordinate a play like that on every possession, they can be unstoppable.
Heck, still gonna have a chance to shoot there, but wasn't anticipating a big demo on the goal line to give him an open net, so it already bailed out. That could have been 1-1 right there. Old Heads going to have to reset on their defensive side as the first minute of game 2 is come and gone. First blood going to Burgers, but Old Heads close to responding. Now having to defend well. Heck, beautiful touch. Play the ball into the opposite corner after he was the last line of defense there for Old Head against that Burgers counterattack.
You gotta keep an eye out on who's making the big plays on offense and on defense. Daniel again leading the charge, taking the torch and lighting up the way almost for that final play to take form. Instead, it's Mist now with time. Flip reset pass 1 and a block against the second defender allows the possession to continue. Daniel now air dribble, takes it straight to the defense, forcing Heck to grab that savior medal. Missed out the backboard, and that third man not there in time, but the defense still just flailing to get this ball away. They can't take the time, they can't get the resources. They're still lunging at every play, every shot to get it away. I don't know if they'll get out alive though. It's Daniel at the ceiling. Heck, finally with that much needed clear.
Oh, wow. That has to be one of the greatest escapes in human history. Old Heads getting out of there without conceding. No kidding. I mean, they slid under the door just in time as it felt like Burgers were this close to making it 2-0 in game 2 a couple of times. But great defense. Old Heads surviving and now thriving in the offensive side. We'll see if they can tie us up. Mist not too keen on allowing that to happen, but Heck allowed a chance to play the ball right back into the blue box. Old Heads, they're close to tying us up, same deal, but Burgers finding their way back on the offensive side. And I've got to see some quicker finds of clears from Old Heads if they're going to survive.
That is absolutely true. The quick looks on these counterattacks could combine for a lethal attack. Adam searching to spearhead that performance, to take over to Heck. As the ball traverses off the ceiling, Heck searches for that bumping play on the goalie. Could not connect. It is Heck though again from the ceiling, has a flip to use, but uses it to get to the ground quicker and relieves the play back out to the Burgers. Adam with a full tank of boost, ready to play this off the ceiling. He's been very comfortable on the ceiling, but as you can see, it's tough to coordinate the exact play that you want from that standpoint. Almost puts it in front of their own net. Atomic searching for that net as well, but a big save out of Heck, has at least 4 at this point, and that's just another display of how Old Heads have stayed alive.
Dead on right there with the save number call out. That is Heck's 4th block on the goal line, and everyone has been as clutch as the last, keeping this game in a manageable state despite the 60% field domination that the Burgers have over Old Heads at the moment. That is so much time spent in the offensive zone to just have one goal, but Old Heads finding a way to keep themselves in this thing, but that's a bad loss. Daniel's got an open net, and he is not going to miss that. 2-0 Burgers.
Credit the endurance of Burgers here throughout this entire game. We have credited the Old Heads defense time and time again, but that really only works if you can survive and then thrive on the transition and then attack and find the back of the net. But this time around, it just doesn't happen. Burgers, they've stayed and remained composed the entire way throughout, and eventually the pressure gives in that counterattack play from the Burgers.
And now for Old Heads, what do they do in offense to break down Burgers? Because the quick clears have been plentiful on the Burgers side. When they do get backed up, they're finding ways out without too much hassle in defense. And then Daniel doing that kind of stuff in offense. Like, if you're Old Heads, you can't allow this many opportunities. That was the 13th shot on target for Burgers in this game. Heck trying to find one back, but missed, showing everyone why he's one of the best defenders in the RLCS.
Makes that big save, turns it around, and that may be the last save that they needed. 15 seconds remaining in game number 2. Old Heads, they found 2 goals of their own in the last game, but it's looking like a big goose egg this time around unless this final play takes form. They'll miss, still in front of the ball. You can't get away from them. You can't defeat the Burgers. Not in this game. We're going to tie up the series 1-1 as soon as Daniel allows us to get to the end of the game.
Yeah, let's remember that we play on Daniel's terms. He keeps the ball up, but Burgers couldn't find any other crazy goal. But man, they limited Old Heads. 5 shots right there, and honestly, outside of the last 2, I'm struggling to remember them. There weren't super close chances for Old Heads where I thought, man, they should have scored right there, but Burgers somehow used magic to get out of that situation. No, it was solid defense from Burgers, and then that looked like Miss Daniel at Atomic in offense with the kind of things they were pulling off.
It really did, yeah. When you expect these 3 players to progress there on offense, remember the first goal that they scored. It was Daniel leading the charge, breaking apart the defense, and then missed it Atomic to find each other in the infield. Like, again, if they can make those plays happen, they will win these games. Old Heads prove that defense doesn't win championships sometimes. They made a massive display on the goal line again and again. Credit Heck on those 5 saves that were made and just the amount of pressure that they were able to endure. But without a goal to their name, can't eke past with the win. We're going to tie up the series here 1-1. And hey, we can ensure a non-sweep this time around. BetPick, I'm happy to say that.
That's a success already. Although the last series with that 4.5-minute overtime, I don't think it felt too much like a 3-0. But you're right, game 4 guaranteed. And I'm wondering if Old Heads has what it takes to get us to a game 5, because Burgers, it looked like they were off and running in that game. Like, it took them the first game of this series to really get going, and they started taking over the lobby like you would expect these 3 players to. But Old Heads, they got new tricks that they can pull off and maybe prolong this series more than, at least on paper, you might expect this one to go. But hey, so far, scoreless in game 3, and Old Heads finding a clear here.
And you know what? Game 3 is looking a little more like Game 1. Remember how it was 3v3 freestyle territory. The midfield giving up for anyone to take off, but it is up to the Old Heads to cut off those midfield plays. It was Adam to cut off the pass from Atomic to Daniel, but can they cut off this shot here? Yes! Okay, they can. Burgers just survive on that front. A close one on the goal line as Adam relieves his play out to J-Pow. A lot of boost on this play, but still slow playing it. Long missed to take form, take a shot as well. Adam clears out to the corner, and it's good chances for both teams as this first goal could come in at any time. Heck across the field, Adam looking to block, missed away, but the ball never finds it between the posts.
Daniel gets through one. There's a second miss. Want to turn around as Atomic. Of course, he's in the area. Plays so aggressive. And now going to stick around. Being chased out of the play by Adam. Atomic losing car privileges there for a second. But that means he'll be back to defend against this Hex shot. There's the save from Atomic. A little shakier than I thought it was going to be. But hey, he makes the block.
The thing about these shot chances and these diving saves that are made is the follow-up just needs to be there. I mean, what's clear is that both teams are stretching the defenses as thin as they can possibly survive off of. But if there's that next shot to take form, they've got themselves a goal. That coordination could come to be so important in these games. Or maybe you just need that one shot to go in.
That is an impossible situation right there to get out of. J-Pow trying to get it at least into a 50-50 with Mist, but the ball finds Mist Octane perfectly. He dunks Burgers into the lead here in Game 3, and Old Heads still searching for that next goal.
Yeah, and you know what? It has been a full game and a half since they have had a goal. Old Heads, they are in the desert. It is the drought, and they need some sustenance here. Goal would be immaculate to inject some energy back into this team. But for now, it's time to play defense against an Atomic up the ceiling, off the backboard, and pass out. Mist doesn't like the look. The lone defender on this counterattack from Adam taking place. Atomic, though, able to intercept the play and defuse it as it arrives.
Okay, that ball is just in. J-Pow says so, and the game follows his wishes. Great 50-50, taking on Daniel there on the sidewall, and Mist wasn't back. Why would he be?
It just didn't look like that was following into the net.
Nope.
I did the calculations in my GC1 brain, and apparently it wasn't enough. I need to upgrade my performance there, but wow, what a 50-50 that just did not have the advantage for Daniel in that favor. Daniel's just gonna look to pay their respects, get a little revenge here on this cross-court play. Runs it out to Atomic for the shot, but Adam leaves it up high for Heck.
Now what can Heck do? It's through one. Has Mist and Daniel back to the play. Gets the ball to J-Pow. The double is good. Heck and J-Pow, the dynamic duo in Game 3, putting Old Heads up in front.
It was 8 minutes of game time that this team of Old Heads had not scored, and clearly that first goal to relieve that drought was what they needed to capture that lightning in a bottle again. Passing plays are great. J-Pow clinical off the backboard to put this team back in the lead.
And now, maybe add on to it. Adam across the box, and the defense plus Adam getting a touch there on the goal line. Pass from Mist to Atomic. The shot back wall. Atomic can't find the double. You'd bet on him to hit that most of the time, but Burger's coming away empty-handed here.
And that catch looked fantastic, but Atomic searching for the backboard once again. It's Adam instead. Finds it. Take towards the net. Atomic's there to try and clear out Heck, but Heck composed here. Gets one touch, even two. Just flies right behind the ball, creating a wall, and says, "You shall not pass." No extra goal for Burgers.
Adam's down the field stealing boost, but Atomic right where the ball is, doing Atomic things. Shot on. J-Pow had to jump to avoid Daniel right there, who's sweeping the goal line of Old Heads. Makes the save. Burger's still looking, though. Misses 100 boosts here. The ball, difficult to read. He'll play it off the ground, force Heck to miss, bump Adam, but J-Pow, last man standing for Old Heads, going to find the save and half clear. Adam's going to make it the full one.
Normally I worry about this playstyle for Old Heads as they're playing survival mode right now, but that long clear allows for them to regain control and maybe see the finish line in this game. They've scored 2 unanswered, and that could be enough. Heck, this is the final ball that you just gotta put on the ground. Daniel, a long pass out to Miss. It's gonna be up the backboard. Adam has it closed down though, searching for the ground and finds it between 2 Burger players. They're 1 game away from taking out the Burgers.
The oasis was found on DFH Stadium. Old Heads suffering from drought-like symptoms, and J-Pow, the one to deliver all the water they need to get to match points. But both plays assisted by Heck. Pyro, we previewed that duo. Like, I just wanted to bring up the Stromboli fact that like Heck and J-Pow playing together on that team 4 years ago, just because I love that team and I'm a massive nerd about it. But they're actually looking like longtime teammates with the way they're linking up on some of these plays.
Hey, I'll nerd out on Adam and J-Pow, you know? That was the team with Oath that won the draw not too recently. Like, you got some dynamic duos on that roster that can do plenty of damage, and people love to say, oh, this team can do damage in theory, but we've seen it in practice. It has happened game after game. Maybe not so much in game 2, but they'll take the win in games 1 and 3. Could game 4 be all they need to eliminate the Burgers out of the Fall Showdown?
Let's see what these Burgers can do. I don't want to go down without a fight, obviously, and it's a matter of do they. Daniel, save on the goal line, putting up a fight there to prevent first blood from going Old Head's way. That puts Atomic and Mist out in transition. Big 50-50 win plus bump to interfere with a quick counterattack for Old Heads. And we'll see a bit of chaos out in front of the Burgers net, but they find an escape route. Mist plays to the back wall of Old Heads. We're going back and forth here to start game 4.
I wouldn't be surprised in this game if Old Heads do get on the offensive chance to make sure it's an extended period of stay. I think ball possession going to be a monumental factor for Old Heads because in their game lost to Burgers, it was them stretched out on the goal line for almost the entire game, just like this instance here. Yes, they can make those incredible saves and they have to be credited, but if again and again they are stuck on their back third, this team just may not be able to get out and showcase their offensive brilliance. Speaking of which, Mist almost redirects to the net.
Oh, great pinch out that Mist is prepared for. That puts Atomic to the ceiling off the back wall. Adam will make the read, but Burgers, they are swarming at the moment. Heck, gonna play the ball softly out. You can't be giving Atomic chances to keep Burgers on the front foot here. Mist and Daniel, maybe not linking up. I think Mist wanted that pass out to the side, but Heck intercepts, and Daniel playing the long game, setting Atomic up for an air dribble, flip reset. That is denied once again by the defense of the Old Heads.
The denials are incredibly impressive by the Old Heads. And
What?
the flip reset plays, but they are taken away in an instant. And the same goes for this play. Instantaneously, it is Adam to come up with the ball in a fake sequence. What do you want to call that, Bepic?
I don't think I want to call that anything. I'd like to move on from the chaos there on the goal line of Burgers. It looked like Atomic bumped Mist out of the way of the ball, and then Adam just cleaned up. Wow, I don't know how Old Heads found a goal out of that, but I told you, Adam's kind of a nutcase sometimes, and he'll just score from the craziest of positions like that.
Yeah, if there are breadcrumbs on a play, you can expect Adam to definitely be picking up on it. Seems to be at the right place at the right time in those chaotic maneuvers. Speaking of which, how do you save that, Heck? How in the world he can make a defensive montage just out of the series alone? Incredible display here. Seems to have the crystal ball and read the mind of the Burgers attack.
Heck has 3 saves in the first half of gameplay here in game 4, which is keeping Old Heads in front, but man, are they having to work for this lead. Missed another shot, and finally, the Burgers will score. More intense field domination. 70% of the first half of this game has been played on the Burgers' offensive end, and they're just now scoring their first.
That was the one thing I thought was most worth mentioning, was what would the possession be like for the Burgers? Because if it's in their favor and it's dominant, it is going to tend to lean their way. So boy, did they have to work for that first goal, but eventually they got it. More infield link-ups like that should afford more.
Daniel pass over Adams' head. Atomic's right there. The passing plays are connecting, and finally, the Old Heads are getting tired of defending on their back line. This time, just one player for Atomic to get through, and that is more than enough for a player of his caliber.
I mean, it doesn't take us talking about infield passing plays for them to get the goals. They know that themselves, and they're able to work on one mind, one machine, one game sense to get those goals. Hold on. 2 defenders are taken to make that save. Daniel's the 3rd one, just to make sure Old Heads can't equalize quite yet. He's stretching across the other side of the field, taking it solo to the corner. Almost getting it behind the defenders and into the back of the net. Daniel with the solo showcase almost puts Burgers up by 2.
He's still working. He's playing the ball over in Atomic's general direction, which is the Old Heads' back wall. Atomic was owning it for a second, looking for a defender to eliminate. But Old Heads find a way out, and now in a 1v2 momentarily, J-Pow and Heck trying to get through Atomic, but no can do. He buys time for the rest of the Burgers to get back, save this play from turning into anything scary. Good read by Atomic, and they'll find it clear to boot.
What do you got, Old Heads? You want to close this out in 4? You better show up in the final minute right here and come on back in this game. Miss might not allow it. The double tap, just a miss. Tried getting the top end of the ball, just couldn't skate past it though. And instead it's Heck with time defensively to set something up for this team. It is a weak touch though. It's right in the lap of Mist. Atomic taking over, but a long clear now met by Daniel. Still half a tank to work this ball away from Adam. Pinches it right into him, so it's propped up for Mist. Daniel with no boost though, so what can he do with this play? Just about nothing. Clear met now by Atomic, as we're again at the midfield. Old Head still with a lot of work to do.
Still, they have not been allowed to develop opportunities in offense. J-Pow actually with one here that Atomic closes down with lightning fast speed. Adam plays the ball to the back wall, but another clear found by Burgers. They are finding clear after clear, not allowing Old Heads to take over this final 30 seconds of play and have a real go at tying us up, forcing an overtime in game 4. It'll have to happen in the final 10 seconds. J-Pow denied by Atomic. Heck crept up. Daniel, chance to hook shot here, but Heck interferes, so the ball stays up on 0 seconds for like half a second longer. Burgers take it and force game 5.
That field domination was key for the Burgers. 2 assists from Daniel. We discussed this prominently in game number 2, that if Daniel's taken the torch, leading the way to set up these offensive plays and facilitate the finish between Mist and Atomic, this team will thrive. The Old Heads have done an incredible performance on defense. Heck, namely with at least 4 saves per game, it seems. But sometimes it's not enough to toe the line, Bepic. Burgers in games 2 and 4 have just been too much.
I mean, traditionally in leagues like the RLCS, the player that has the highest save average across a season of league play or a tournament or whatever is typically on a team that is losing, because you're playing so much defense, because it is so hard to win games and win series when you're playing that much on your back foot. And Old Heads, they've played a large portion of this series on their back foot, but they have had games where they've been in the driver's seat, where they've been developing opportunity after opportunity and forcing the Burgers to earn their keep in defense. And that is what has brought us now to game 5. The Old Heads, can they pull off an upset of one of the top teams in the Bandits on Wheels Fall Showdown, or do the Burgers keep on rocking into lower semis? Let's find out.
And a reminder that you mentioned lowers. This is for their tournament lives here. The lower quarterfinals somehow is the matchup that we're in here. These 6 players on the field. Could the Tone Center be most important factor in this game? Old Heads with offensive possession that we haven't seen much of here. It's a loose ball right in front of the net. Can anybody make contact with it? Oh my. A scary moment there, as no one could get a piece of the biscuit, a piece of the pie. Finally, it is Atomic stretching across the other way as we're back in the midfield. But Old Heads, boy, would they like that situation to come about again. Atomic off the other side and Mist cleans up. It's a turnaround, a quick one for Burgers.
Look at this. J-Pow right there had a chance to dive in and contest Mist there on the sidewall, but he backs off, respecting Mist's speed. And then once he does turn, Mist and Atomic take over. They know exactly where Old Heads are, how much time it's going to take for them to get to the play around them, and set one another up for success. A 1-2-1 to open up game 5 for the Burgers. And now Old Heads, you feel like they need a response ASAP.
Yeah, their response is needed, especially as Burgers are operating on the sum of their parts. Clearly, there is individual talent that stretches almost past the ceiling of the Rocket League capabilities, but they have truly worked in that one-to-one, that team effort again and again to put points on the board, to tack on the tally, as they'll look to do again if they can get out of their own half. Old Heads, they are hungry for this equalizer that they'll have to start from the beginning point once again.
That's a good demo by J-Pow. That leaves Daniel alone in defense, and that's not an easy ball to read. Neither was that one, but of course, Daniel reads them both, and Burgers not conceding just yet. But Old Heads starting to cook a little bit in offense. Adam going to keep that the case, but Daniel so good on the goal line. Another save there. Gets back to help out Mist on the near side in that instance, and Old Heads forced back once more.
J-Pow at this team, they have to be comfortable on these defensive moments just to keep the ball away. Hold on, midfield take there. Heck, almost gets a piece of the ball. Adam looking for the back pass, but J-Pow a bit late to the party, has to peel off of it instead. Take this engagement against Atomic. Atomic is bumped into the play and Miss wants to follow immediately. Adam able to get the save, and Atomic is back up again. Sets up the double tap. Nobody on the backboard to stop him, and you can't offer that real estate to Atomic.
It wasn't even that much real estate. He just built a mansion, what felt like 1 square foot, because Heck's not in a bad position to save that. Atomic just slots the ball perfectly in the top corner off of a double tap where he was on the opposite side of the ball of where he needed to be to shoot that. That's just so beautiful. And that is why Atomic has one of those RLCS majors on his resume.
There's no doubt about that. He's searching for more titles. He's searching for more wins here. He's searching for the livelihood here. And the Bandits on Wheels fall showdown. The team to lose this game is out of it on the goal line. Towing the line here is the ball. We've seen this occasion on occasion for the Old Heads. They survive against those tight plays, but can they turn it around? Heck, opts for the shot that's saved by Atomic, but it kicks off the ceiling. Daniel with a fine catch, though, as he carries this across the way. Shot taken. Adam searches for a clear.
Still met by Miss at the midfield line. Clears are not easy to come by for Old Heads, let alone opportunities. Right there, you get a center ball. Missed once again in position to defend it. And now a poor touch there in the Old Heads corner, going to give more territory over to Burgers to waste time and defend this 2-goal lead with. Game 5 is firmly in the grip of the Burgers, and Old Heads going to have to find some strength to pry it out of their hands, because 60 seconds left, down by 2. We got to see some serious clutch out of Old Heads to take this one in advance.
Oh, the strength is needed, the clutch is needed, maybe even the pre-jumps just to cut off plays like that from Daniel, who's just effortlessly carrying the ball across the field. J-Pow, a long, powerful touch here that just comes across the face of the goal, but it's saved away by Daniel near the crossbar. Adam, no choice but to follow this to his own backboard, carrying it to the half-court line, landing on Atomic, so it's so difficult to jump up and take a shot afterwards. Half a minute remaining. Missed, sees exactly where that ball is coming from, punishes off the backboard. That should be done and out for the Old Heads.
Clip it and ship it, the Burgers, they're moving on. Miss knew exactly where Heck wanted to play that ball, and you could see Heck turning on it. He's the last man back. Like, he doesn't have much of an option when it comes to playing that ball away, and Miss knows that is in the immediate path of the rock and hits the double to follow it up. Oh my, Burgers looking like you would expect him to, like a top dog in this tournament, like a couple RLCS veterans taking the pitch against some bubble players.
Oh man, what a dominating performance indeed in game number 5 from the Burgers. The patties are fresh and the Old Heads, you can go back to sleep. They're knocked out of the fall showdown. The Burgers will move on here in the lower bracket.
Oh man, and they do it in very convincing fashion in game 5. I mean, it was just stop and start really for both teams. We would have a game where Old Heads is going toe-to-toe with Burgers, and then the next game Burgers would shut them down defensively and then do missed Atomic and Daniel things in offense until game 5, where it was just Burgers playing. It felt like we had 6 shots from Old Heads, but each one saved by the incredible goal line defense of the Burgers.
Gotta credit the goal line defense, honestly, of both teams, though. Like, we gotta tout Hex name over and over and over again, because I hope he makes a montage out of the saves he made this game. Seemed to just read every play out of star players like Miss Atomic and Daniel, but in the end, not enough. I think a lot of people might have gotten what they wanted here, Mr. Bepic, was to see more Burgers moving on. They move on to the lowers, but I think we are taking a look at what's formulating there in the upper bracket.
Yes, please. Noly's Minions and Hey Bro, the 2 top dogs on the upper side. They've both yet to lose a series in the fall showdown. And on the lower side, Sup, the team that moved on, beating Boulevard to play Burgers in the next mat. But Noly's Minions and Hey Bro, Pyro, preview it real quick for us before we do go to a break.
I mean, you got Noly being the savior of North America, taking on Cosmic and Frosty, saying, come on under my wing, we'll take you to success. But also, players like Hockey on Hey Bro are saying, you better not doubt us, we're going all the way. A lot of people on the wavy hype train as well for Hey Bro. So many players to watch, so much action to take into consideration here. I think the players are already getting ready, so let's take you to a break. We'll be right back with the Bandits on Wheels Fall Showdown.
your company, stop blowing up my phone. Hey, you don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me, you don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control, you think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself.
We return to the upper side of the Bandits on Wheels Fall Showdown now with an incredible matchup. Pyro, I'm nerding out over this one. Noly's Minions and Hey Bro, a pure bubble scene matchup, but on the top side of the bracket with RLCS talent on the lower side. What's going on here?
Everything. I don't know where really to start, right? Like Boulevard, we already saw them suffer a sweep against Hey Bro. So what did they have against Sup? Well, not enough apparently. Sup have been doing crazy damage in this event. Don't forget they were the team to take out Lights Out in day 2. That's why you don't even see them in the bracket, and then a miraculous lower bracket run for them as well. Sup, keep your eyes on them. But for the upper bracket, it's Hey Bro and Noly's Minions. I mean, I almost want this to be a fusion style event just so we see the Cosmic versus Wavy 1v1 as well. Hopefully we get a microcosm of that here in this best of 5.
I mean, can we like contact the admins real quick? Get Pranav in here and be like, all right, Pranav, let's just change the format for this one series to give us what we want in the 1v1, but also like 2v2 and 3v3, still electric matchups in this roster. I mean, in this matchup with Noly on the pitch. I mean, if you look at on paper talent, you would have Noly at the top of this lobby. I mean, everyone's kind of close, but the dude has won an RLCS major and he's playing in a 7K tournament here with some, if you are looking from the general public's eyes, unproven talent with S5 Cosmic and Frosty. It is an exciting prospect, especially considering the fact that they've made it this far in the tournament.
Yeah, Cosmic definitely more in the public eye with those like Gamers 8 performances with all those kind of 1v1s. But yeah, the 3v3 sphere, like what can they do with Noly? We've already seen them go to the upper final, so clearly a lot. I remember a recent tournament where the team was named Who is Frosty? So that's a question in the minds of a lot of people right now. But, you know, Frosty's been teaming with plenty of players here, being high in the 2v2 rank leaderboards as well, and showing that kind of thing off. A young player that a lot of people might just have their eyes on here today and in further events to come.
I mean, it is the fall showdown. Winter's kind of over the horizon. It's getting a little frosty out here. Maybe this is his time to show everyone exactly what he can do, and he's got the teammates to do it. But Hey Bro has been on a run as well. They beat Burgers, who we just watched win a game 5 on the lower side of the bracket. That was yesterday, and that got them on the upper side of this bracket where they are still undefeated. Hockey, Creams, and Wavy have been on one this weekend. But Frosty, Cosmic, and Noly, are they the next stepping stone for this Hey Bro roster, or are they a big obstacle that they can't quite clear?
Think about the fact as well that one team is very much in the money when they win in this series straight to the grand finals. Heck, this could be our grand finals here if the loser makes it back up their way. So this is just about the best of the best of what we're getting in the fall showdown. It's time for these teams to show us why.
Already, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Noly's Minions. We've sadly dodged them on the main stream, so I haven't gotten to watch them play yet this weekend, but the playmaking, we already saw a double flip reset attempt from Frosty. We're seeing passing plays, Cosmic dumping it down low, see if you can get the ball into a shooting position. This Noly's Minions roster is making Hey Bro work from their goal line in this first minute. I mean, we barely touched the orange side of the pitch, and I mean, we're still going. Hey Bro, they need a clear. They gotta get their offense going eventually, but Noly's Minions not letting them.
Yeah, think back to the last series we saw Hey Bro in today. They scored 4 goals in the first minute. We know what this offense is capable of, but they can't get on offense. It takes all 3 players on defense just to make sure a goal doesn't go in. A wall put up by Hey Bro.
And now Noly actually denied by Creams right there. Well, he's got an opportunity, just kind of being in the right place at the right time. Finally, a glimpse of offense for Hey Bro after spending about 70% of the first 90 seconds on their defensive end and probably about 50% of that 70% on their goal line with how much diving they had to do to save the shots from Noly's minions. But we're scoreless. Despite all of that chaos, despite all the action in the first 2 minutes, we still got a pair of goose eggs on the board. No one has answered the silence just yet.
It's Hey Bro that could continue their undefeated streak on the day. Already posed a sweep against their former victims. Despite that including a 4.5-minute overtime, it was still a sweep. Can they prove that against Noly's minions? Clearly, it's going to be a difficult task as the ball's attempted to move to the midfield. Noly cutting it off tremendously. A flip reset, bumping out the goalie. He's doing all the work right now to set up his team for success, and still, they can't get a point on the board.
Now Noly's playing it back. He's got a full boost tank. Hockey and Wavy waiting on that touch from Frosty to go. Hey Bro, they've been double committing a lot more frequently than we saw out of them in their first series against Boulevard. This Noly's minions offense is forcing Hey Bro to play unsettled on their back line. But despite all of that, and all the double commits, all the chaos and saves having to be made, they're surviving. 3 minutes have now elapsed without a single ball finding the back of the net. And we're playing at this scoreless deadlock, sure, and kind of an advantageous position for Noly's minions, but Hey Bro have had a couple of looks themselves.
Couple of looks is the best way to put it right now. They have 1 shot registered. Make it 2! That's all they're good for. That's all that's needed. In the blink of an eye, the first goal's in.
If that doesn't sum up Rocket League for you, then I don't know what does. Just 1 shot registered until that play right there, and then Hey Bro take the lead. Noly's minions have 10 registered shots on the board. Hey Bro have saved 8 of those 10, and then in transition, they find first blood. But right back to it, off kickoff, Frosty and Noly combining for a play, and Noly going for an extra pass right there instead of the shot, and Cosmic wasn't able to get one on target.
Oh, the drop down earlier was magnificent, and Creams, an electrifying shot that Noly's able to block off and carry out away. Noly's opted for the flip reset, I think, on every single carry out, which just magnifies the options available for this team, making Hey Bro reconsider their defensive strategy on every engagement.
Ooh, double right there. That is going to be turned into a passing play. Denied by Wavy. Interception right there. Now wasting clock, Hey Bro, just trying to coax this 1-goal lead to a victory at the early stages of this series. Wavy's gonna pop this high, and Noly will intercept, sticking with it, but lucky there in the nick of time to prevent that second touch from turning into anything deadly for Noly's minions. Clear found by Wavy. Forcing Noly to hustle back to his goal line. Of course he does well. Getting the ball to a teammate, which I'm loving. Pyro, the passing plays out of Noly's minions. Hasn't turned into a goal yet, but I'm loving watching what they're thinking about doing in transition.
I mean, I loved it in the first half of the game, but now it's just frustrating. Like, one of them has to turn out for a goal, yet it hasn't, and only 20 seconds remain for them to do so. Noly comes up with the demolition onto Wavy, so Creams has to try and cut off the play, but cannot do so. Frosty plummets down from the ceiling to try and get the passing play to formulate, but Hockey has it cleaned up. Single digits remain now on the clock as Cosmic Skies up to this ball, drop down pass, but Frosty's not there in time. Noly final effort, the pass out to Frosty, denied by Hockey, and Creams just has to put to the ground and does so effectively. Hey Bro, talk about efficiency as minimal shot chances, but enough to secure the win.
4 shots, but 8 saves for Hey Bro in that victory. That's an impressive stat. And look at that, 4 demos for Noly as well. It was demos and passes. That was the mantra for the minions in that first game, and it didn't work. Hey Bro was able to defend everything and started intercepting some of those passing plays there towards the end. Impressive from Hey Bro, winning that with just 1 goal, and like you said, minimal shots.
I mean, it was that kind of defensive, dominant performance that we saw in the last game, right? Yeah. When we saw Old Heads hold down the goal line, it didn't work for them in the end. They did get to Game 5 with it, but I think really for Hey Bro, that cannot be your ultimate strategy. At some point, these passing plays are going to link up even better and better for Noly's minions. Like you said, we didn't get to catch him on stream the last time, so it takes for Game 2 for them to showcase offensively with that finishing factor to see why they've made it this far.
Wavy. Looking a little scary there in a solo play situation. Got around his fellow 1v1 competitor, but Cosmic winning that challenge there sets up Noly for a backboard play. Creams, solid defense. Once again, Hey Bro surviving a decent looking play from Noly's minions. And despite this offense, Hey Bro stopping everything that penetrates their box.
Uh-oh, that SSG decal with the Reaver wheels. I don't know if you can deny this preset from Noly. I'm already scared right now as he's
in demon mode.
He's in demon mode, that's right. I'm ready to see the demons unleashed here. But it's just a ball unleashing towards the ceiling, and maybe Hey Bro having to do some defensive work instead. Hockey maneuvers effortlessly around the ball, through the corner, from one side of the field to the other. That player so confident in their strategies to transition the play into their favor.
What can Hockey do for us here? Contest Noly there on the Noly's minions back wall, but the captain of this team does well. Wavy, beautiful bump on Cosmic, not even playing the ball there in transition for the minions, instead playing the car, and that allows an easier clear for Hey Bro, stunts the offense for the minions, and allows Creams and Hockey to maybe link up if the touch is a little bit harder towards the back wall. Instead, we keep playing scoreless. This is not an offensive-heavy series so far.
No, it was not there. 4 goals in the first minute game, the last series that we saw in Hey Bro, and that's fine for them. They just do still need to score a goal. It has been scoreless for them the entire series, and it could be one finally. Oh, excuse me, for Noly's minions. They're the one that needs that goal. It almost was found on that play right there, but steadfast are Hey Bro to find a save for every encounter.
Now in transition for them, actually nothing given. Frosty will take over, and I am enjoying Frosty's work when he is controlling the ball. The on-the-ball movement is pretty. But Hey Bro's just transitioned and found another goal after playing the majority of this game in defense. Like it's nothing. I mean, that's pretty from Hockey to force the mistake out of Cosmic and Noly, and Wavy's just there to clean up.
I think there's got to be trust there from Noly's minions, right? The flip reset from Hockey, it is threatening, but if your teammate's going to make that touch, Noly has to be on the goal line to make the follow-up save or a third even. That trust, that coordination, it just didn't take place. And maybe that's not a big deal, right, Betbic? It's just 1 goal, but that's all it took for the win from Hey Bro in game number 1, so it's just as viable to happen here in game 2.
I mean, I think the conceding of the 1 goal isn't what sets off the alarm bells for me. It's the now game and a half that Noly's minions have gone without scoring a goal. Despite the 10 shots they had in last game, the 7 shots they've had in the first 3 minutes of play here in Forbidden Temple, I mean, that's a lot of output with nothing to show on the scoreboard for what you're doing in offense. Here's a good look, actually. Cosmic will shoot, but Creams finds a block. Beautiful stop on the goal line again from Hey Bro to deny another opportunity for the minions.
And Creams used that hitbox to block really any encounter, did a light hop just to block a ground shot or some that skied up just a little bit. Hold on, that play looked threatening. No striker in coordination that time around. Cosmic, can he get the pinch? No, Creams locks it up instead. It's hard off the corner. Frosty trying to block an impending shot that never comes. So Wavy plays later on in the engagement instead. Hockey props up to the ball and cuts into the play again. Hockey just a menace time and time again, being a nuisance.
Still, just 1 goal can change the complexion of this game and series for Noly's minions. Just getting on the board would tie them up and put Hey Bro a little bit on the back foot, I would imagine, playing in the lead for the bulk of this series and leader tied for the entirety of it. But Hey Bro controlling at that midfield line right now, playing cool, calm, and collected, letting the minions come to them, just answering whatever question is posed at them. that center circle. Another great 50-50 by Creams, leading to a passing play intervened upon by Noly. We're playing so slow right now, Pyro. We need to see a transition ASAP from Noly's minions.
Hey, bro, don't need to see that happen, though, but they are going to indeed. Noly gets the take up high on this play, beating out Creams by just a half second. Was enough for the goal.
I love how it's been scoreless. Nothing going in for Noly's minions until just a challenge is taken at the midfield line. It goes off the ceiling and Wavy's not prepared for it. Like that's more just Rocket League moment right there. And it gets us tied, and now we could see an overtime in game 2, unless maybe this transition here has something to say about it. Okay, not happening. I was trying to will it into existence there.
That was a good effort there, and the effort's going to be needed if they do want to end this in regulation. Aki doesn't want to see it on the side of Noly's minions. In fact, going to take the shot there. It's a couple defensive stops there for Noly's minions. And now in the turnaround off of the backboard, put away by Wavy. That should contain the play here. That should allow for an overtime, and that's exactly what we'll get here in game number 2.
Well, we got our Cosmic versus Wavy moment right there after Noly found a clear, but it wasn't a true 1v1. We're still waiting on that to happen.
Yeah. This
is a good setup by Frosty. Cosmic can't pounce on. Speed and defense for Heybro, still keeping them in the lead-ish. They have the 1-0 series lead, but we're playing tied right now, and Noly's minions look hungry for the equalizer in the series.
Aki, beautiful redirect there. It was near the top corner, but Noly intercepted it. In the meantime, that midfield control has been paramount for Noly's minions to not allow Heybro to walk down Broadway Street and take this ball towards the net, though. It is Hockey again, just to kickstart these plays. Hockey unafraid to cut into rotation as he does there, but it sets up the backboard play off of Noly. Cosmic tried getting in the action, but it was too many cooks in the kitchen.
No kidding, and now Cosmic's trying to salvage the dish. Does well to slow down the clear, and now gains control again. Dump off to Noly. Another interception by this Heybro defense. They are so good at cutting out the passing plays. And now Creams and Hockey moving down the field together, but Noly, big block on the goal line. Wavy next up. Hits it hard off the side while Hockey trying to finish it, but the defense of Noly's minions prevails.
Cream's big stop there to the corner, but it's not going to stop Noly's minions from trying to score. And Cosmic and Noly, they can't get on the same page again. They're interrupting each other more than it feels like Heybro is at this point. And if they don't get out of each other's way, they may not score in OT, though Frosty putting in the muscling work there at the half-court line to start up another offensive progression.
Oh, no touch, though, and that was a car flying past Frosty. I don't know where he was going, but it doesn't matter too much. Cosmic regains control in this fight for possession. It's like Heybro come out on top, but we're still fighting the war here in overtime. 2 minutes of OT play has nearly elapsed. We're almost there, but still, a lot of overtime being played without really a game winner in sight.
Holly had about a third of a tank there to get to the ball. Has to play some more defense here as Noly's minions have not found their way out quite yet. Creams is going to waterfall down. Backboard defense locked in to deny Heybro of that chance. Cosmic able to put this to the corner. And it seems like each team just waiting for that right moment to strike as the defense is sturdy, steadfast in their way, playing foundational, deep rotations, cutting out every play. It tries to come to fruition. Creams needs a good read on this backboard. Can't get to it. Frosty, a light touch. Didn't have the power behind it to put it to the net.
And Noly's speed to hop in there and try and win the game helps Wavy out because he was running a boost, falling to the ground. It allows the clear and transition for Heybro. They almost turn into a Game 2 win, but more goal line brilliance, this time by Noly's minions. That'll find them half clear. Noly, it's a full tank of boost, control off the back wall, but not so great a second touch. So it means more defense for the minions.
I mean, what's going to give first at this point? Who's going to lack the endurance here? It feels like there's just layers of defense for every possession that's impossible to get through. Maybe it's a sidewall pass, maybe it's a 1-2-3. Cosmic could clean up, searches for Wavy on the bump, but Wavy, evasive as ever, gets away from the bump and makes the stop on the backboard. They've got to make another stop. Wavy on the goal line puts away another shot and denies them of the follow. Wavy coming up strong on defense.
And not only was that denial preventing potential game winner or the setup to the game winner, but it acts as a clear as well because he hits the ball so hard because he's in such a great position to play the ball away. So, Abro find a clear again. And now 4 minutes of overtime. What is with these long OTs today? To open up Championship Sunday, it's like no one wants to lose and miss out on the 7K prize pool at the top 4 get at the end of the day.
Baffling, right? It's as if they made it to the winners finals and they want to get to grands. I can't believe it. Come on, you got 2 lives here, guys. You can risk it just a little bit. This might be what does it. No, Wavy Hockey both right beneath the ball, ready to pounce at it at any time they're needed. Hockey, that flip reset was exactly the type of play to give that single goal to Hebro the last time, and it could have been it this time again. But Creams finds the outward post instead of between them. If it had been a little wider, Bepic, that might have been the look.
And Hockey cleared that with some physicality on the goal line. He's trying to play off the ball and make it easier for his team to win this OT. Now it's Noly's minions back on the attack. Noly and Frosty linking up, but no first touch till a lot later in the play than I would have expected for Frosty there, but it works out. He gets back to it. That allows midfield structure to be built for the minions, though it breaks down. Wavy, chance to win it. Shot goes wide, and Hebro, once again, thwarted by a little bit of inaccuracy.
I mean, this overtime has progressed into the second stage. At first, it was layers and layers of no chances. Now it's chances are being provided, but the finishing factor not executed upon. It could be just a 45-degree flick with a teammate in progression for the bump, but it doesn't connect and instead creams the other way. Wavy to pick up the follow. It's off the backboard. It's prime real estate. Hockey can't get there in time. So Frosty outward to the midfield again. We are so close to that goal. It's gotta come at some point unless Cosmic gets another stop.
Well, everybody, I hope your schedule for the rest of the day is cleared because we might be here a while. No one is relenting in Game 2 right now. Hebro wins this overtime. They have 3 match points to move on to the grand finals. But Noly's Minions takes it. That's a demoralizing-ish loss for Hebro, and the series is tied. Moving into Game 3, Hockey a fake. Cosmic, though, gets back into the play, makes a save, pinches the ball clear, and here we go again.
How are you that icy with 6 minutes into overtime? The patience on the goal line from Cosmic is unbelievable. The decision-making, nearly perfect to take that shot away from Hockey. I mean, how are you that icy? It's Cosmic, so of course he's got that decision-making ready at any real-time moment in this game. It's just breathtaking when it's this late into the overtime sequence, and he's gonna turn it around for the overtime goal as well. Noly's Minions, only 2 goals in a series that has been over 16 minutes, but they've made it happen.
And not a moment too soon, I say. Great speed by Noly in the midfield, and Hebro was finally 2 spaced out in defense to get back for a save. 8 made in that game, but it was the 9th that was necessary to keep us playing in OT. Noly's Minions on top, and I really think we're gonna have to settle into this one because it could go the distance, which it kinda already has with that lengthy overtime.
And do we settle in? Do we go to break just to give everyone a breath? Absolutely not, Bepic. This is exactly what we signed up for here. We've been casting Bandits on wheels for how long? We knew the potential of a fall showdown like this to get gritty, to go down to the wire. And they're giving us none the less than that. So we're gonna get right back in there with the series tied up at 1-1. Hope you're ready for more Carball. It's Game 3.
And the players readied up instantly after that overtime. There's no deep breaths for them. It's just straight up back to action. And Cosmic picking up right where he left off. 2 seconds into Game 3. They took about 7 minutes to score the last one, and then Cosmic does it in 2 seconds here.
We were scoffing at the format, saying we're not going to be able to see the 1v1 prowess from Cosmic and from Wavy, but was that not just a flawless approach from Cosmic after the overtime winner? I mean, you want to talk about an MVP so far? He's got 2 of the 3 goals from Noly's Minions right now. But you want to talk about 1v1 stars? I think there's another one to show up as well.
Yeah, it's hockey. Great win there in the midfield to give Wavy the free goal there on the Noly's Minions side. I love just a straight midfield beat. Like, it's not the flashiest of plays, but that's how Cosmic got the game winner in game 2, because Noly was supreme in the midfield. And here, Cream's intercepting that ball perfectly, putting Noly into an awkward spot. And, well, Noly does phenomenally well right there, but it's the midfield game that's getting these goal-scoring opportunities for both sides right now.
It's been hockey all along. I mean, they got that first goal in the last game as well with the flip reset play right in front of the net. It drawn in 2 defenders and left the goal line open for the last goal. So you got to pay attention to how these plays are generating, even if the goals are few and far between. But Bepic so far, not in this game.
Well, we've migrated. We were in a drought situation in the first 2 games, but once again, it's DFH Stadium providing the oasis for both offenses. I mean, 2 goals in 1 minute. What's going on? After the 1-0 game 1, the 7-minute OT, we've finally awakened on the offensive side.
We wanted the demons to be unleashed when we saw that SSG decal. And truly they have been. Hold on. Can they rise again here on this play? Cosmic unable to get around. Noly kind of lurking around this ball, but eventually landing on the ground. This one looking threatening. Hold on, Hockey. Can't give this guy a chance on the backboard. He'll make you pay.
Hockey dropped the hammer. Talk about 1v1 prowess. I mean, coming into this series is all we can talk about with the hockey 1v1 star that everyone knows and loves, showing us what he can do when the defense does not come up with the back wall touch that was needed to prevent the space Hockey took and made the most of.
I mean, genuinely MVP performance if we're looking at hockey. If Hey Bro is the one to win. I mean, I talk so much about Cosmic, but right now, Hey Bro, they're the ones in the driver's seat right now. They're the ones looking to get that grand finals bid. And they can certainly do it. But there's so much of this game still needing to be played. There's so many engagements to still win. Hockey gonna have to take a breath there as he's demoed out on the trade. Frosty skying up just in time for that block.
Under the double commit, Noly and Cosmic both going, but Noly finds the touch to kind of negate that double. Sure, the boost total is going to be a little bit low, but time is being bought. Frosty and Noly doing a great job to fuel Cosmic back up as he's going to take his 100 tank of boost and I'll use half of it to put the ball up the sidewall, but it develops a shot for Frosty that Creams narrowly gets back to save and clear the zone. However, Noly steps back up, will apply a little bit more pressure. Wavy, great pair of 50-50s to make sure the defense is successful until Noly takes control of the ball once again, 2-2.
Oh dear, Frosty had the engagement necessary to loft this up high for Noly to deliver that blow. And we're equalized here. We almost saw 5-2s on the scoreboard. Bepic so close.
And that's now the big story of the series, not the back and forth, but how we almost got the 2-2-2-2-2. That's what everyone watches Pro Rocket League for.
I mean, that's what I'm here for.
Yeah,
we were so close. I mean, we always have another game because nobody's on match point here. Everybody working for that position of this series right now, as it is so important. You can get top 2 with this win right here. You might just get the go-ahead goal with this sequence. Yes, they will. Wavy is able to take the final look at that shot.
And Wavy's 2 for 2 here in this game. He's gotten 2 chances and he has knocked both of them down. Perfectly placed shot. I mean, you kind of got the defender dead to rights in that situation, but you can still flub it. You know, it's one of those situations where you got too much time and it's too free of a goal, but Wavy does not. And now, Hey Bro taking the lead again. Can they defend this one, though? I think is the big question with how good Noly's minions have looked on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah. That's a fair point. I mean, 90 seconds is still so much time with how this game has progressed. We have not seen even close to the end of it. Frosty's been doing a great job, by the way, with these dashes. I've seen him vertically going up the wall with wall dashes, and he's done a great job coordinating his car to stay behind the ball and keep Noly's minions in the driver's seat on some of these possessions, although he is going to have to opt for a back pass, maybe all the way back towards their own corner as Cosmic fuels up and gears up for another attack.
What can he show us? It's a pass to Noly, over to Frosty. The three-man passing plays are not something that have left the arsenal of Noly's minions in offense. They've continued to pound away at Hebro's defense, trying to use that strategy, which I don't know how many goals have actually gotten out of the infield passing plays, but I still love it because eventually it's going to work, and we're going to be like, all right, they've been trying it the whole series, and that's exactly why. They get the passing play to go, but they still need one goal. Whether it's a passing play or not, doesn't matter. Gotta force overtime again after defending Creams and Wavy. Great pair of blocks by Frosty there.
Yeah, Frosty coming up big just to keep Noly's minions in this game. Noly, you wanted the passing plays. How about a pass to himself? Trying to get a second double tap to go, but it's just a miss. Noly's back there in action, but it's saved by Wavy, and that may be the final save they needed. Cosmic, a desperation effort across the other side of the field as it bounced up. He lands on his teammate. Noly couldn't jump up to the ball, and that's not the first altercation between those teammates we've seen to stifle an effort from them. Hey, bro, get away with the win.
I'm upset about that one. Like, that very well could have been a shot saved by Hebro at the end, but I at least wanted to see the shot develop. Like, the passing plays are there. Hebro's typically defending them, and that one really could have developed into a missile of a shot on target, but it didn't, and Hebro win it. Spyro, they're on match point here. They've got grand finals in their sights. They just gotta take one more game to get there.
I mean, who do we even talk about here to come up big to make sure it happens for Hebro? Every single player on this team has made this day their own. I mean, they swept in the round one. They've only been one game taken away from them in this series. It's been a dominant showing from them today. If they clean up in this series, I mean, everybody has to have their eyes glued to Hebro.
Absolutely. I mean, in the process of making this run, if this result holds and Hebro does end up beating Noly's minions, then they will have beaten two different players that have won two different RLCS majors in their run to the grand finals. But we're not there yet. We're still in game 4, even though the series has felt like it is going on all morning, because overtimes, close games, high offensive output in that last one, but this series keeps going, keeps delivering, especially in game 4 with a close shave for Hebro on their goal line.
Yeah, I mean, we've discussed so much Noly's minions and their proactiveness about finding passing plays. They have been prioritizing those options, but that may have worked to their demise. They tried doing a little too much on their first possession of this game, number 4, when Cosmic really just had an opening in the net. And it's been Cosmic and Noly to run into each other 3 times throughout this series instead of combining their efforts to score. So the coordination is prioritized, but the execution just needs to take form.
Now, yeah, the stepping on each other's toes has definitely impacted Noly's minions here. It makes sense, a fresh roster coming into this tournament, never having really played with one another in a high-level competitive setting like the Fall Showdown is, and so it's to be expected, but despite all of that, they're still very much in this series. They're still applying pressure. That is the 4th shot from Noly's minions in the first 90 seconds, but Hebro's defense, again, prevailing. It seems like at times nothing can get through that back line.
Nothing has, as of yet. Noly didn't want to give up on that play. Just about double jump to get another touch on it. Double tap off the corner. He's faked out his own teammate of Frosty. Didn't expect Noly to get a second shot, so that's why he's late to the play, and that's why no shot is going to generate. They're not able to combine on their efforts, but Wavy might be able to read this for a shot. It's down and out in front of the net. Creams wants to take a look at this, lurking behind the ball. It is set up for hockey. High touch off the ceiling. He'll get another flip off of that, but not a touch on the ball. Wavy puts out across the goal. Cosmic knows he has time, but maybe not against the headhunter of Wavy. Takes him out of the engagement. It's set down to the ground, and Noly's minions, they'll get out alive.
Ooh, good recovery by Wavy. I thought that flip reset was over him, but I should have known better. It's Wavy defending phenomenally again for Hebro. Frosty Has a couple, creams his last back this time around for HB. He finds a clear, though not only defending the midfield line, setting up Cosmic for a shot, blocked by Hockey. Up there on the goal line from Cosmic doesn't mean much, as Hebro all right there, defending against Noly's minions well. The possession held on to by the minions. Drop down ball here for Cosmic, passing cross or shot. I don't know what he was going for, but either way, it doesn't work out.
The looks are there. Another passing play, the third in rotation to take the shot, but again, executing just a little bit too behind the play. Granted, they don't necessarily need it. Still tied up, but Frosty, maybe a hard shot is all they need, coupled with the bump play. They'll coordinate for the first goal.
There we go. It's been a long time coming with all the different types of plays that Noly's minions have been trying to employ to break down Hebro. That's looked too easy, honestly, with how well Hebro's been defending. But Cosmic caught him off guard, and once that shot develops and presents itself, these players can hit him. There we go again. Wavy's gonna tie us up.
These kickoff scenarios, got to keep an eye on Cosmic and Wavy because they have taken full leverage of those moments. Noly's minions, that's got to be painful. They worked so hard for that lead and it's extinguished.
That was perfect set piece. I mean, that was a fake. And maybe again, I think Creams just drove around the ball to give Hockey control in the corner. And this one actually works out because Hockey gets that much power behind a clear from a 50-50 position that I really did not think would have that much power. But hey, I'm finding out new things about Rocket League in this series. These players are teaching me new tricks.
Oh, here's a trick that's been a part of the playbook for a long time. That outlet pass open, wide, and Hockey, no other option than to hand it off to Creams.
But I think he could have shot that. He just chose the pass instead.
You're not wrong,
I suppose safer option, knowing Hockey's skill and knowing he can get that ball in a perfect shooting position for Creams. But, a lot of players would take the one-timer right there, but not Hockey. Unselfish Rocket League gets Hebro in the lead.
It's unselfish, and it's like the vision of a quarterback as well. All options are always at play for that like Hockey, who just knows how to produce goals in the best manner. Now, is that second goal all that Hebro need to punch their ticket to the grand finals with a minute remaining? Less than that, it might just be Hockey towards the net. One last touch will secure the third goal for HB.
Wow, what a transition. Wavy says, all right, Cosmic, I see you earlier with that bump play on my goal line. How about I raise you one better? Blows up that minion in the corner and paves the way for an insurance goal for Hebro. And okay, we got to see something crazy out of the minions right now, lest they be relegated to the lower bracket of the fall showdown.
The pop-off. It's a necessity. Cosmic hands it off to Frosty to do it all, but it's immediately met by Creams. Frosty always lofted. He can't even put 4 wheels on the ground, so it's up to Noly to make a play, but it's right to Hockey. He's got to go back on defense, and yeah, you can clear this. You can try to redirect, but there's just no other way at this point. A Herculean effort needed. Hockey's got this gobbled up, puts it to the ground. 10 seconds remain. Noly with a flick. It doesn't have the juice, and that's it. Hey, bro, what a performance today. A 3-0 to start, a 3-1 to finish the upper bracket, and they'll be your first grand finalists.
The incredible run continues, defeating Burgers in group play yesterday, now demolishing Noly's minions in the winners finals, and they will have a bit of a break to settle down after that pretty much Game 5 series when we think about the overtime that we played. But hey, bro, Pyro, they have earned their spot as one of the top 2 finishers in Bandits on Wheels.
I'm just so impressed by their performance.
Yes.
I mean, it stretches all the way back to yesterday in day 2 when they put Burgers out of qualifying through the upper bracket yesterday. I mean, Hebro has put in so much work. You mentioned how they've taken out major champions in their road here. And at this point, now they're in the grand finals. They've proven that nobody really can stop them. So, we'll have to wait and see if they've actually got what it takes to take number 1 in the first fall showdown, Betpick. of this Bandits on Wheels. But if I'm not mistaken, do we get to hear from one of these players?
We will get a winner's interview with Wavy, so we'll get to hear his thoughts about it. I mean, you look at that bracket graphic right there, we're going to see a rematch of some sort. Hey Bro will have to beat Noly's Minions or Burgers, depending on who comes out of that lower finals, to win the Fall Showdown, which is an exciting prospect because both of those series were bangers. Hey Bro defeating Burgers yesterday in 4, and then Noly's Minions in 4. But I think we have the winner's interview on the other side of a break. So we're going to go to a pause, but on the other side, no. Okay, get into my ear.
Yes,
we're stalling. Yeah,
we got it. Yeah, we'll get the interview soon. I'm so excited to talk to Wavy as well. It could be anybody from that team, but I mean, Wavy, we gotta ask him if he's tired of winning, because top 4 in the salt mine and now top 2 in this first Fall Showdown. I mean, it's gotta be exhausting, right? Surely, but we'll hear from him very soon. Who do you take, Bepic? I mean, now Noly's Minions relegated to that lower bracket. Of course, they have to face the likes of Burgers, who's stampeding the lower bracket. Anyone have an advantage there?
I mean, you look at the run that Burgers are on right now. Can we put the bracket graphic back up on the screen real fast? Because I don't think Burgers have dropped a game. Okay, no, sorry. They went to game 5 against Old Heads. I'm forgetting. We just casted that. But but outside of that, a sweep over Pirates, a sweep over Sup. Like, yeah. Burgers are feeling it right now, Pyro, and I'd have to watch the lower final to give you an accurate prediction about how the grand finals is going to go, but Burgers seem like the hot hand, at least on the lower side of the bracket.
They are the hot hand. I think they're coming into that series with momentum, and if you give an advantage to a team, it might just be them. It's a shame that we didn't get to see Sup today, because that is one of those teams that just obviously has it, that X factor, whether it's Money and Expert coupled with Drury or Cheese under that roster. Congratulations to them for making the run that they did, because that's impressive in its own showing.
Absolutely. And as we transition out of the bracket graphic, we've got a new friend with us in the booth. One that's quite good at playing Rocket League. Wavy, how you feeling after that big win?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. That was a very intense series, but better team got the better win, so we'll take it.
Well, I mean, 7-minute overtime intense. I don't know, Wavy. Light work, if I'm being honest. But I had one question that just had to be asked here. Top 4 Salt Mine, now top 2 in this Bandits on Wheels Fall Showdown. Does winning get tiring?
Oh, never.
Because it's not only these events, Wavy, it's all these other 1v1 tournaments. I need to stop following you on Twitter because my whole feed is just you winning tournaments. What's the deal?
I mean, I play in everything I can play in. I want to get my money up. I'm trying to hit 10K on Liquipedia approximate earnings before the end of this year. So I'm just doing all I can to make that happen.
Very well. I mean, it is impressive in its own showing. You guys have had an incredible performance today, coming out with the sweep, almost the sweep here against Noly's Minions, if you take that OT. Do you feel like that showing can continue? Because it's either at this point a rematch between Noly's Minions or a rematch against Burgers. You've proven already that you can take these teams down. Is there a team you prefer to play at this point, or do you just have that winner's mentality regardless?
I definitely have that winner's mentality. I think either team we play, we've beaten both of them, so we'll just beat them again. But I think I personally would rather play Noly's Minions because they just have less explosive power than Burgers. Like Noly's Minions, they're not going to just hit like some insane wall read psycho on us, but they're going to, they're still going to be a good team. So I'm excited for whichever team we play.
Okay.
I'm curious, in that last series, like, Noly's Minions were going for a ton of passing plays. I don't think they scored on a single one of them. Like, I just want to know, how did you shut that down so consistently? Because they are very talented players, but there was not much given by you guys.
Creams was screaming at us to cut midfield. Like, it happened, he said it like 3 different times. He just kept reminding us to make sure we cut midfield into him. If someone's behind you, play that second man and just play safe.
Okay. I will butt in here. Hockey did that exceptionally well, always cutting in, always getting back in rotation, taking every shot. Is that difficult, though? I mean, there has to be a lot of communication there, Wavy, a lot of trust between the players and a lot of real-time snap judgments.
It is really difficult, but as I do get more experience with the team, it just flows a lot better than when you first start.
Fair enough. I mean, it looked good. You guys are on a tear right now, Wavy. And before we let you go, get prepared for the grand finals, I'm curious, a personal question. How are you enjoying the fame that you've been kind of thrown into the last couple of months with all the tournament wins? And you were on Chalkcast a week or so ago, and now this. Like, what's it like?
I'm most definitely living life right now. I'm enjoying everything I've been accomplishing, and I'm hoping I can keep this up, flow this into RLCS, make some regionals, and do some work.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you joining us in the booth, Wavy. Good luck in the finals.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, Wavy from Hey Bro, who have booked their spot in the grand finals. But before we get to that final series of the Bandits on Wheels Fall Showdown, we have the lower finals coming up in a little bit. Burgers and Noly's Minions, and we got a pair of special guests joining the booth for those two series. So I hope you stick around for more Bandits on Wheels action coming up in just a little bit. As Epic and Pyro say goodbye, we'll see you in Twitch chat.
Too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long, couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to.
I wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain. I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe her, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to, but if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I'm.
Hello gamers and welcome back to the Bandits on Wheels Fall Showdown. It's been a fun one so far. A couple of OTs that have gone quite the distance today. Didn't expect that. That's Corelli. I'm Spaceman. Hey. Welcome in. Corelli, how you doing, bro?
I'm feeling good. You know, I feel, well, actually, I don't feel bad for Bepic and Pyro J. They had some great matches there, but boy, they really earned their keep there in that last matchup. That was a fun one between Noly's Minions and Heypro. But we got to move down to that lower bracket final where Noly's Minions trying to go up against Burgers. Burgers trying to get back to have a shot against Heypro, who they actually lost to earlier on in Group B. So, I mean, with this bracket, the way this is actually panned out, I feel like we've actually ended up with the top three teams here, but a deep storyline with the redemption, I think,
we were having a conversation maybe like an hour ago about kind of the Burger run here, as weird as that sounds, and it started off with a sweep, right? Like, it's a big way to get things going. Then you move into a Game 5 situation against Old Heads through SUP. A different situation, though. It seemed like it was going to be close all on Manfield Night, a score of like 1-0, 2-1, 1-0. They seem to be rolling right now. It seems they fixed some of those mistakes, but Noly's Minions come, of course, off of the upper bracket. So respectfully, Corelli, I mean, this is a squad that I think many might have under-predicted to go into this tournament, but so far they're playing pretty well.
I think between Heypro and, I mean, Noly's Minions, I feel like people really expected to do decently. But I think really when you look at Heypro, that's been the biggest surprise so far, especially when you go up against a team like Burgers early on in the group stage. Burgers, again, Atomic, Daniel, and Mist. You know, hello. The expectation there is that these guys are going to have to, or these guys are going to just crush when they play. But for Heypro, this has been a pretty, in my mind, a pretty big statement from them to get all the way to this finals. You've already kind of proved yourself here. You've taken down what I think a lot of people would consider the best team here. But Noly's Minions on the other side of things, I mean, I feel like, and that's, you know, who we're going to get here for Burgers. I feel like is a team that, you know, obviously Noly just lost or left from Gen G. You pick up a guy like Cosmic, you pick up a guy like Frosty, and so far, when you go up against your peers, as this is what it is right now for Noly's Minions, they're performing pretty well, and it's a scary matchup.
Yeah, it's very much like a litmus test, I think, for Noly, at least in the offseason so far. And that's kind of been what Wavy's been going through a lot through the ones tournaments. But Wavy's been on a tear. Like, if nobody in North America is paying attention, which they should be, Wavy is one of the next big names up. So you just heard him in the interview prior talking about how he just wants to stack the racks. I respect it on Liquipedia, but he wants to continue to prove his name, which I think is the big takeaway today. And so far, Heypro have responded to that kindness, and the team's looking great on defense. They look fantastic, excellent on the counterattacks. But when we're talking about our matchup here specifically, let's do that now. Atomic, Daniel, and Mist, right? If you put an amalgamation of a roster together, you look at the midfield for this team specifically, this is one of the best in the lobby, Corelli. It's going to be tough to take them down. Yeah, a lot of structure here. I would say between Mist and Daniel, you're going to find a very tough team to even push through. And then the brains and just the game sense that Atomic brings through the midfield and especially offensively as well. I feel like Burgers, I actually wouldn't say they're very well-rounded. I would just say that they are very tough to get through defensively, and obviously just have a massive amount of experience. I would say really against anyone here in this tournament, and that would include, you know, even a team like Lights Out with who's not here now, but with Reddles and Magic Bear and Calm. So this team, you know, we have major winners here. We have, you know, other outside of our LCS major winners. We have major runner-ups here. I mean, this team is stacked. But at the end of the day, when you look at Noly's Minions, obviously Noly a major winner there, and of course Cosmic, who's been really grinding that one scene. He just finished top 6 in that Salt Mine 3. We'll see if he can bring it here against Burgers. I think that's a good shout too. Cosmic has really stepped up individually over the past couple of months, and I feel like we've seen him more and more become a staple, whether it's in six-mans or just getting kind of the nod he deserved for so long. Cosmic has really stepped up. But we look at maybe the newest player on the field as we get off the opening kickoff, danger shots to start. Frosty's a new name for a lot of people. Now, if you're not sure exactly where he comes from, you're not alone. He is really starting to make his mark in these types of tournaments, and there's a reason Noly picked him up. Noly has a great eye for young talent. He's he's a lot like apparently Jack, very good at finding players who kind of work in a niche and kind of rounding them out as things go on. Frosty's one of those players. Keep an eye on him as this tournament progresses, as this entire tournament goes for the next couple of weeks. But so far, I expect this series to go the distance. This could be a Game 5 matchup.
And I think it's exciting to have a tournament like this and to see a guy like Frosty, who, by the way, doesn't even have a Liquipedia page, right? So, I mean, when we talk about like known quantities, normally even more unknown players might not even have, or might actually have a Liquipedia page. He doesn't. And I mean, he certainly will here, I think, soon with the performances that he's been putting on, not only in this tournament, but in other bubble tournaments as well. And that's really exciting. These are the type of tournaments where you get to make a name for yourself, especially in a longer off season that we've had between RLCSs. And I think this is a huge moment when you got a guy like Noly on your team to make a name for yourself. Well, right now, not going to happen with Burgers having that one trickle back to the other side, and everyone on Noly's minions just having to watch this one roll in.
This is a rookie mistake when you play against a really good midfield, right? You think you can overextend a bit with the individual play. You do so. You get one carry upfield for a shot. But nobody realizes that, hey, the counterattacks can start on the offensive third from the other side as well. That's what you got to be worried about. And maybe that marquee matchup going into this, of course, is looking at the defensive prowess. You got someone like Noly who's so good towards the backboard, really great at rebounding against maybe North America's best defensive player in Mist. There is a lot here, structure-wise, on both defenses that should carry them through. But I look at Mist as kind of the marquee player, the matchup that's really going to be a problem for Noly and company.
Yeah, Mist definitely defensively has always been very strong, but really it's the transition through the midfield, even going back to when he was on Envy. That was really where he got into conversations of being a top 5 player in the world, as Noly will rip a shot. The follow-up was there, but Atomic able to turn it away. Everyone on Burgers getting behind the ball there, and now the transition was quick, but there was no shot that came out from Burgers, and Noly's minions trying to get back to business.
Now that's the scary thing. Daniel's very comfortable as the third man. He's had some progress with that over on V1, and he's gotten a lot better at the island role as well. So if you ever catch yourself in a position where you're overextended, you got to be careful about Daniel, because at midfield, if he finds a touch, he's going to let it rip from long distance, and Noly just could not get the clear.
And players like Daniel will prey on missed touches and mistakes, rotational mistakes, slow gameplay. They will jump on it, and that touch was a little errant there from Noly, who punted it into the midfield. Daniel there to put it on target. And Burgers looking to go up 3-0. That one's off the post. It's Daniel already up for this one, and a bit more of an innocuous shot coming out from Mist will ricochet off a defender, and Noly's minions trying to get out.
Already thinking back to Gamers Without Borders in Gamers 8, where Atomic really stepped up in the ones game. And I think some people were surprised, but it was really against the competition he was playing against. Atomic off the kickoff already made things look threatening. A 2-0 lead quickly to boot. Burgers very early on, showing that they are absolutely here to play, as Mist will clear it off the backboard. It's got Daniel waiting, so the infield passes start to connect a little bit. And down the field we go. To start, though, it has been a lot of quick shots in tempo, in rhythm for Burgers that I don't think Noly were ready for.
No, I'm glad you brought that up, because I was about to mention it's a lot of one-touch passing downfield from Burgers. That cohesion is just innate for these guys. You can see Atomic and Daniel here from Miss POV. Both were posturing for a pass. Atomic on the backboard and Daniel on the sidewall. So the cohesion is clear from Burgers as they just try and set each other up into the right position, into the perfect position, I'd say. And Noly's minions, I think, a bit slower to kind of find that transition, to find that cohesion, as this one lateral across the Frosty, it's denied by Atomic.
And they had a really good setup to start this game one, right? Taking individual looks upfield, really trying to play the juggle game, force connections off the backboard, burn the boost. That's great. But that midfield rotation is so clean, and one of the big reasons why Mist and Atomic work so well together at the moment. As yet again, another shot will go by the wayside. Atomic still fighting for possession. Frosty will get a touch to Cosmic. Noly's going to hang back, don't want to overcommit. Nicely done. Still needs something, but Mist clears it away.
I mean, Burgers defensively are sprawling around their net. Two players are going in and out. A player from the backboard as well. So much defensive movement, I'd say, from Burgers. As Noly does get a good dunk here. And, I mean, Noly's minions, it hasn't been without its bite. They haven't scored a goal yet, but they've been able to put on 6 shots so far. And Burgers have had to put up their 6 saves. So defensively, Spaceman, we knew Burgers were going to be extremely strong, and they're showing that in the stat line.
Yeah, and it just counters right back out with the extra punch at the midfield, where, again, there has been opportunities here for Noly, but when it comes to maybe closing the deal on the backboard, that's really been the big stick that's kept them out of this game so far. 10 seconds to go, maybe one for the road, though, at the midfield. A pass to Noly will get down. Atomic just going to try to kill time. And with that, it will be game 1, of course. And so far, very, very clean across the board. Not a lot of mistakes. They weren't warranted a lot of opportunities to make them, but Atomic, Daniel, Mist, all clean on their approaches. One-touch passes like we talked about. That was a very clean game 1 from the Burgers.
12 shots from the Burgers as well. I was looking, I don't have the stat right off the top of my head. I was doing this for something else, but I was looking at, how shots correlate to wins in Rocket League. And shocker, the more shots you have in a game, the higher percentages. But when you get up to like 10 or 12, it starts to approach like a 60-70% win rate for teams in Rocket League. And I know that's kind of like, oh, of course, more shots means more goals. But that's not always the case. That really isn't always the case.
Right.
And especially there are different echelons in that as well. So for Burgers, 12 shots certainly paints a picture of what we saw here. And I think, when you look at the goals, it's only 2 goals, which is fine. Pretty low percentage if you were going to put it in a percentage. But half of those goals, 1 goal, came from just Noly's mistouch from the corner, right? It was just the jump on it from Daniel kind of cutting the route there. So for Burgers, only really afforded 1 goal from their own attack. Defensively, Noly's minions, I think, put up a pretty good fight.
And you didn't really get to see a lot of, I was hoping maybe we might see some of Cosmic's 1 game really help out when it comes to like the comparisons against Daniel, whether it's in rotation or if just they give Cosmic the ball and allow him to work a little bit. They weren't afforded that space. And again, that comes down to tempo of possession, something Burgers will really have in this matchup. Noly's minions, a bit of a slower team, but not without their promise, especially when it comes to the freestyle game that you get out of a player like Cosmic, a player like Frosty. Noly's going to be there to clean up. He's very good at picking up rebounds, finding his teammates, but this was so much about controlling possession and kind of capitalizing on the looks they got. Not all shots are weighted the same as possessions, and this was very much a game 1 where Burgers took every opportunity and made it a threat.
Yeah, and I think where Noly's minions are really going to find success is on the transition. You got to be quick after you stop Burgers' attack, which they've been able to do just fine. Here's one on target. We got a transition here, and Noly quickly trying to get this one down the field. You can see Frosty trying just to force the issue, but unfortunately they can't hold on to possession. And Daniel trying to find Mist. Mist almost connects. He was a bit high. And still a pass over to Mist. He tries to fake it into the net. The defense not fooled, and that was a tough one to save for Noly's minions.
Yeah, Mist was actually riding the coattails for the moment, and he was waiting to hold his reset to try to get that extra touch to punch it through. That's a ridiculous communication there from the boys. As Atomic to Daniel, great pass, better shot. Noly, huge save off the crossbar. Atomic will clear it away, and a big stop by Noly.
That's twice now. Noly on the goal line, flailing, making a fantastic save. And he has kept his team in this one so far. Burgers, the offense right back to where they left off in the previous game, and maybe even more potent as these shots are a lot more direct. And Noly's minions have got to find possession. I said if they were going to beat Burgers, it would be in the transition, but really now I'm looking at it and I'm watching the first minute here. They got to get possession, hold on to it for a bit longer than just 1 or 2 touches.
And the scary thing is, again, Atomic dangerous from the double tap. Follow-up won't be good. The one thing about Burgers that is scary for a lot of teams coming into a tournament like this is they play their offense a lot like Carmine do over in Europe. Every touch is a live ball. You never know whether it's going to be a shot, a pass, regardless. You have to play it like it's the last opportunity you have on defense to make a stop, because otherwise you're going to get caught here. With boost starves come in, Noly now has to fly out to get the corner grab. He's going to challenge against Atomic, but Atomic's going to win this punch up every time at the midfield. And to Daniel, he's looking, it's just more pressure on a 2v2 downfield that you don't think Burgers are going to have, but they have it anyway, and that demo just helps.
Oh, and it's wide open. Wide open. Great touch there from Atomic as well, not to panic that one. Sometimes, players will just one-time that and sky it over the net. Maybe I'm just talking about myself, but Noly and Frosty not connecting, and a demo will open up the net wide open for Burgers. And I think a well-earned goal here, Spaceman. They put up 3 shots, which feels actually lower than the amount that I feel like I've seen, but full control here in the final third, and just controlling possession, the pace of play, forcing Noly's minions into a tough spot. But here, all 3 of Noly's minions flying toward it. And where did Burgers go downfield? Did they all just push up for the clear?
Mist went out towards the opposite side to get the corner grab. He went for a full Tenga boost. And I think he was hoping that either Takeoff obviously went their way, or they won the 50 to follow the challenge, and they didn't. So Mist, just by his lonesome, had nowhere to go, couldn't extend in time. And with that, you get punished off the kickoff. Now a lifeline here given to Noly, and they finish on the goal line. That's the big question. Atomic comes out of nowhere, and Mist will help him clear.
That you have to be so sure if you're Daniel there coming off the back wall. Frosty was really trying to bait him in to bite early, but Daniel, obviously, that 1v1 skill certainly paying off in that situation. It's Atomic, look for the backboard. Daniel, well, he can't steal it, and this one going straight in for Atomic.
going to be tough to guard this one. Cosmic does get the extra touch. You leave a handoff to Daniel on the fake. Atomic, nicely done, wide open. I mean, that's kind of the rebound game that makes it very difficult to keep numbers in front because you have to challenge. There is no path to getting boost. There is no path to doing a man-to-man defense. When you're losing the kickoff and then losing the follow-up, it's going to be tough, but already right back, Cosmic getting another.
Yeah, kickoff goal is really plaguing Burgers, and Noly's minions are able to respond. Just one note on that previous goal that Noly's minions gave up. It was Noly, the last man back again, and he gets kind of caught in no man's land. That's not necessarily his fault, but he kind of forced himself. He had to go for that ball. Otherwise, you have to defend a shot from Daniel with a pretty hefty run-up with boost behind the ball. It's going to be tough if he places it perfectly.
And then on deck is Atomic waiting for either center or if you're lucky enough, he's getting physical somewhere. As Daniel will get cleared off the play, we'll see him about 2 seconds. Missed, burning all of his boost just to keep things going. Frosty, nice beat around. Kind of worked through the 50, unable to do so, but did his job upfield. Now it's up to Noly to recover.
You see how aggressive Mist is on this one. Just straight into the tackle. Didn't read what the player was going to do. Was just reading the ball. And now a passing play. Or at least just a little chip to Daniel. He tries to get a second touch, and Burgers pushing hard for that go-ahead goal. And again, in a game where it feels like they've really controlled everything, we sit here tied with a minute and a half left on the clock.
You know, I think a lot of people looking at Daniel and how his career's progressed, how his skill has really stepped up in the RLCS, I think people were expecting him to maybe become a little bit more of a Roas with the offensive prowess, the defensive capabilities. But Daniel's done a really good job of kind of controlling the backline pace and making sure that his teammates have chances upfield to finish plays like this, where off the rebounds, Mist can find a shot. And it's that clean backline that affords his teammates opportunities to find avenues to work through. 3-2 advantage with 1:27 to play. A lot of time on the clock. Kickoff again. Go the way of Noly before handed back off to Daniel and company.
It's a lot of the dirty work from Daniel. That's 2 passes in a row now from Daniel. Off the back wall and off the side wall, straight down to Mist. Serving up his teammates and making it look easy, but you mentioned this defensively from Daniel as well. You go back to that save that he had on the back wall from Frosty. I don't even know if that one registered as a save because Frosty never even shot it. But that's the kind of stuff that Daniel brings to the table in those situations. That's a tough situation to be on the back wall with someone holding the ball on top of their car and a lot of options in front of them. And Daniel comes up strong every single time.
That's been 2 design kickoffs now. Make it a third that works out. All right, so at least off the start, they're trying to get a chip shot on the initial 50 and then let Daniel work upfield, whether it's a sidewall touch or not. You're looking for a pass and space in the midfield for Atomic or Mist just to get a kind of clear boot over the defender. It's worked out. 3 times in a row, three similar looks on the kickoff. This time it will not be. All right, we're just changing it up. I like it.
I don't know what that kickoff was, but it almost worked. I think minor miscommunication, or they're just trolling. I don't know, one of the two. Nobody going on that one. And I think it was Daniel, the man in the middle there, who was forced to come up big again. But sitting on a 5-2 lead, certainly comfortable from Burgers and make it 6. No, it's just wide from Daniel. Atomic sitting on a hat trick, Mist sitting on 2 goals himself. Daniel holding on to his 2 assists, and with the 5-2 scoreline, Burgers looking to put Noly's minions on match point.
Mist is on the ceiling on the other side of the field. Yeah, they got something ready. You can tell, again, every touch is weighted. Seems like wherever they are on the field, they're going to have a teammate in support ready for an extension, a center, regardless. Just trying to corral possession, earning a lot of time, but this one's done. 5-2 might be the final scoreline, doesn't really matter. 2-0 series lead in lower bracket finals for the moment. The Burgers are rolling, they're absolutely cooking. The kickoffs have been good and bad, to say the least. Psycho, maybe.
I mean, Mist. He hit it, but it's not going in. Would you say the Burgers are flipping, Spaceman?
Out with that, yeah. You see what Daniel just did? Oh my goodness. Where did he come from? Way to keep it up. Feeling quite saucy with that one. Yeah, this team is, again, it's always nice when you see kind of a unison and cohesion between the 3 players who are not necessarily teaming together all the time, but it's nice when the ones plays in the midfield that you see often in 2s really comes together. This squad just looks like they're firing on all cylinders. 3 goals, 2 saves, 3 shots for Atomic. Mist doing everything with the shots and the goals as well. Daniel just perfect across the board essentially. But this has been just a battle of the midfield. It really has come down to what Daniel's able to do on rotation and what Mist and Atomic are finding in the spaces upfield. This is it's skewed so heavily in one direction.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're looking at 10 shots from Burgers here. And again, I mean, it's a very true way of looking at who's winning and who's losing in a game, even if they're not even scoring them. This time, they were able to score, 60% of them. So for Burgers, I don't even know how they lost earlier on. I mean, it kind of speaks to how great Haybro's been, and maybe Burgers playing better today. But right now, Noly's minions have to get their defense sorted. I talked about it in the beginning of the match, or excuse me, the beginning of the game. I was talking about you've got to bring the ball down, find some possession. Sure. That's always been my personal philosophy as well, but I feel like it's super important for Noly's minions when you look at the way this last game transpired. It was full chaos. You were out of control. You relied heavily on Noly being that savior in net. He's got to get some help, find some clears for this team, and find, maybe more importantly, possession. You don't have to just boot it down the field. That's normally not the best thing to do. But you have to find possession out of your own zone and beat the first man. That's how you find that space in the backfield.
Yeah, and it's really not a case of playstyles at all. It's just come down to tempo. The tempo's just been so heavy in favor of Burgers. But off the start, a miscue towards the ceiling. Frosty picks the pocket. Noly's just there to make sure it falls in safely, but that's kind of what you need. When you're looking at teams that are so good at orchestrating infield hits together upfield, when they don't waste a lot of time with their possessions, finding one another, you need to start cutting off those touches, and that means finding pre-jumps, finding pre-reads, and getting in front of the ball. So far, they're doing it. Now, can they just rally it into a different lead?
Got to find control in that midfield. I mean, Burgers have eliminated the midfield. I mean, they forced Noly's minions to just throw it downfield. You see miscommunications coming out from Cosmic and Frosty, and Burgers are just happy to throw themselves at it. Noly almost got pancaked there by Atomic. Missed. Wants to take the challenge. Atomic's going to take it away. Doesn't really matter. Burgers, I don't think they really mind what's happening as long as they're getting touches on the ball. You can see that chaos has just been so tough for Noly's minions to keep up with.
Noly's been so good throughout his entire career, but specifically this year at getting clean touches in crunch time. And specifically when the play's starting to break down, Noly's the guy you want scooping the ball and finding teammates. In this matchup alone, in this best of 5, Burgers have done a really good job of neutralizing him out of the play. They've kept him out of space. They haven't allowed him to get a lot of touches over to Frosty. And they've kept Cosmic at bay. And it's just been a really nice job of kind of working together through the systems, reading progressions right now. As Burgers will try to get back upfield. Cosmic with a touch. Crossing pattern finds the save. Atomic with a 50, no boost, missed. Looking for the connection, but these are the pre-jumps you need out of Cosmic to just kind of create some panic on the back line because it's a little bit too free right now.
Oh, and that miss from Frosty. I mean, they're going to get out here. Could have been disaster on the Noly's minion side. Daniel gets a demo, Cosmic barreling in, and this is where you got to rotate your shape to the other side of the field and not let Burgers out. And again, a one-touch clear from Frosty, but not necessarily holding on to great possession here. Ooh. It does pan out quite nicely for him, though, I have to say. But in the end, Burgers not really threatened by it.
I think that's the good word right there. It's just they're not threatened by much. Like, the looks have been fine, but follow-up chances are necessary. Great touch. Cosmic right place, wrong time. As Atomic will leave it to Daniel. Good stop by Noly, and those are the takeaways you need towards the backboard just to create some space back to the midfield. Cosmic will give it to Atomic, and we trade possessions yet again.
And this is looking a lot better for Noly's minions. You're almost halfway through this game. You're up by 1 goal. Make it 2 off the post. No, what a bounce! How did that one not go in for Noly? Robbed by the post. Oh my, Noly's minions could have doubled up. And Burgers lucky that one bounced the way it did.
He got the rank play bounce. Unbelievable. Noly holding the reset, tries to let it fall through. Atomic in a 1v1, plays it wide. Cosmic reads it perfectly. And missed. Try to give room here, but the cut down from Frosty, nicely done to jump out of his lane and put more pressure on the goal line. The blue has been really all of the boys in orange for the moment. Whether or not they can capitalize on that second goal has been the question.
And I talked about the midfield being super important for Noly's minions. And 2 out of the last 3 times, we count this last moment here, it's been quick challenges from Noly's minions. And they've been able to hold back Burgers. It's been a heck of a lot easier here in this game to play defense for Noly's minions because they're just contesting that midfield line. They're not just giving up the field. Another great challenge here from Noly, just to keep it in play, just to keep it from your side. And now Burgers trying to set something up. Atomic wants to fake. And he makes something of it. But again, this one not going to be too threatening from Burgers.
Great park by Noly. He was able to get it up towards the ceiling. It helps with the clear. This team's done a really good job of making small adjustments, but they haven't had the power on the shots that they've wanted. They've really been having to work for these tight angles from this dealing. Noly's still in the net. This should be a clear for Atomic, and back to the midfield. Frosty will cut it down. Cosmic circling. Noly's going to be on the far side waiting for a pass. It will not happen. And more pressure mounting. Cosmic in the back line loses to one, but Frosty will clear.
Opportunity for Burgers. Still down by a goal. Atomic's sitting on 4 saves. He's got 4 out of the 5. Daniel, the only other one, missed. Trying to play this one over to Daniel, but it's a bit high, and the attack's going to lose a bit of its sting. But it comes right back out to Daniel. He gets through one, over to Miss. Miss trying to take it off Daniel cleanly, but he hit it a bit too hard. Coming up on 30 seconds left. Atomic's not going to bite, but Noly's minions spending a lot of boost here to get this one out. Frosty up quickly, and Burgers circling the wagons here, but you got to put something on target. Here comes Atomic, a flip reset. It goes high. One more touch would do. Daniel, backboard, not good enough. Noly's going to clear it away.
They're just parking possession. Frosty's job right now is just to follow whoever has the ball, whether it's Daniel or Atomic, get up, make a challenge, and he's done a very nice job of that 3 times in a row. Daniel and Atomic have tried to set up a pass, but Frosty's been there to cut it down, and it will touch. Noly's minions through fantastic work on the defensive end, and Frosty's 50 game to find these clears and shut down the offense of Burgers have done a nice job at finding adjustments and working back into this series, trying to work on the reverse sweep. They take game 3, and they are currently down 2-1 in the series in this lower bracket final, but that was a game of adjustments that certainly worked out.
Again, game 1 was a pretty close case of what happens when you just give up the midfield to really, really, really good players. I don't care who you are. It doesn't matter. It's not just Noly's minions. That would have happened to anyone if you just avoid the midfield. You have to contest it, and you saw that from Noly's minions. You called out Frosty. Noly was there as well, quite a bit in my recollection. So for Noly's minions, what you did here, trying to contest that midfield line, doesn't necessarily mean you have to win it, but you have to contest it, and Noly's minions did a much better job. And you could see, I mean, now you held Burgers to 4 shots in that game. None of them were that threatening. They were really not that threatening that game, and a 1-0 victory is a well-earned victory in my book for Noly's minions, who made the adjustments necessary in game 2.
And it's not like the Burgers changed their play style, but it really was Noly's minions who, every time Burgers were up to try to find space or just trying to pop it high to the backboard, Daniel will then follow suit, or you had Atomic working through the midfield. Frosty was challenging. Like, they just, Noly parked bus, he allowed Frosty to shadow these possessions, and Frosty was getting up at the midfield, making plays and contesting. That is the small game, the small minutia you can change throughout a series that can break down an offense, whether or not it works for one goal. The opportunities were on the table for Noly's minions in that game. They just couldn't put it away. This is a very different situation, and now with that confidence, knowing that they can challenge these touches, maybe they put something together here in Coliseum to send us the distance.
Yeah, you certainly have proof in the adjustments, and some proof of Cosmic scoring this goal. Great couple touches here from Frosty, not only winning it on the challenge, but then carrying it from the back wall and finding Cosmic back post. Perfectly executed there from Frosty. It's a tap in for Cosmic.
We saw flashes of that early on in game 3. Was able to extend the play around 2 defenders, does so here through the 50 around 2. Nicely done. The passes are just in time. You don't need a lot of power to finish the play, just got to be right place. Cosmic can't get the touch in transition. Noly looking for Frosty, has the connection on target, a little bit wide, and back into the midfield we go. So if you're just joining us, welcome into the lower bracket here of the Bandits on Wheels Fall Showdown. We got a couple of matches to go. Last one coming up will be our grand finals. A couple of weeks of action, $3,500 first place on the line. It's gonna be a fun one, and so far our pros have stepped up.
Yeah, a lot of community events going around the scene right now. This one of the premier ones, especially here in North America. And so far, I think we haven't even gotten to the final yet, and I'd say it's been not only a massive success, but boy, we have seen a show from the players. It's been a lot of fun to watch, and that's a great demo coming out from Daniel. Look at the control to bring that one across the box.
Yeah, you must have forgot that he teamed with Reynolds and Arsenal for a while, because the demos are going to be there. That's a nice job by Daniel. Uses the reset center. Perfect. Missed. Closes. Well done. What a play. Tied up 1-1. And that's what we were waiting to see, maybe the physicality to break out of the grind they were stuck in game 3. In game 4 here, it's a very different situation.
Yeah, I think Burgers are going to have to take a bit more of an aggressive approach. There's a demo from Cosmic, though, to follow up, and another one from Noly. You have to also remember Noly can demo. Been up there in the demo leaderboards in RLCS. The shot's on target. Daniel able to turn it away.
Really like what Noly's minions are doing right now. They are a bit over-aggressive. They're playing a little bit overextended into the box. But when they keep one player on back boost, whoever has the ball is circling through the corner, the second man up is flying towards the goal line and waiting for a chip shot in. He's waiting to redirect maybe an errant pass, an errant touch. I like when you overextend from this team, but you don't do it awkwardly. They're always having somebody in a position to get a rebound for a quick shot, taking notes out of the playbook of Burgers from game one, but doing it in a very subtle way. So far, it has worked for some interesting exchanges, but not really enough to break the dam open. We'll see whether or not the water does flood through. For now, Atomic trying to recenter it off his own car. As Daniel will pop it high, backboard available, missed follow-up. No, Frosty will take it away.
Yeah, that's a great challenge by Noly's minions initially, just to get up after it and not allow Daniel to have any space in front of the box, especially above the box. Missed. He's not going to have any boost there. And again, a double commit coming out from Noly's minions. They don't pay for it there, but definitely a lot of use of boost there coming out in front of the box. And now with the attack coming from Burgers, you might wish you had it back. It's that great touch just at the last second on the goal line. Still Burgers trying to pull this one back around. How many times have we seen them recollect in the midfield and go right back into the offense?
And it's not just that, but they've shown you their hands through the right corner like 3 or 4 times now in possession. They're taking the ball in the same spots, but the takeaways just haven't been there. Frosty hasn't been up in the midfield. Noly's currently waiting off the backboard. Daniel's going to get there in time, but he'll win the 50 regardless. Possession back to the boys in blue. Atomic was looking for Daniel. Daniel was the third man out. Didn't hit the lane, so Frosty will collect. Miss now following through. Cosmic can't get the touch he wants, and Atomic just stalls the play. So earning a bit of time, neither team really getting punished for the moment. But this has been essentially who can win the battle of the mechanic to get out to midfield and escape.
Yeah, neither team really making a lot of progress there, even though we kind of spent a lot of time in the orange half there. Didn't really feel like Burgers were doing much. Now hold on a second. Atomic going back post with it. Another great save from Noly, who has been a savior for Noly's minions so far. His defense have kept them in these games and made them a whole heck of a lot closer than they should have been.
Pick up by Noly. He recognized that they're trying to play off the ceiling and just get a kind of a leading blow into the net to get somebody to fly at the ball and chip it in. So Noly's making those pre-jumps, getting out in time. Again, like what Frosty was doing back in game 3 on the 50s. Noly doing a nice job on the goal line to keep this at 1-1. 64 seconds to play. And this one careens back to the midfield. So, Corelli, it seems like we're kind of going back to boom ball as both teams try to figure out how they want to approach the next possession.
Yeah, when Noly's minions have picked up the pace in the previous game and in this game, it's really forced Burgers to go to more of a solo-oriented way out instead of passing to each other. We aren't seeing those one-time passes to each other downfield anymore. At least when they attempt it, they're cut out. So you're starting to see a lot more of these solo plays come out, and Burgers are just simply not executing on it at the moment. And a lot of that credit can go over to Noly's minions. Again, a clear picked off. Noly trying to drop it back down to Cosmic, and he bit. But Daniel's there to make the save. And hold on a second as he transitioned this one into a goal. Atomic shot on target will drop it down, and Burgers will take the lead.
You get them to kind of overextend just a little bit, lull them into a pacifier, and then throw the crib out the window. Look at this touch. Atomic is just beautiful. Downfield, well done. Good patience all the way through. Don't know what any of that meant. 20 seconds to play, 2-1. As Noly and company will try to work from a deficit here. And they certainly have what it takes, but do they have enough in the tank? That's the question.
Just over 10 seconds. Atomic happy to waste time on the clock. Flip reset came through. Frosty got to come up big here. Got to be a hero for Noly's minions. Needs a good dunk. Not going to find it. Cosmic's forced to go. This one bouncing. Noly's got to pop it up. And Burgers for the moment are looking to end it, and missed Will with an extra touch. And Burgers will take down Noly's minions and get a chance at redemption in the grand finals.
GG's all around. That was about as close as a game 4 I think we could have expected from this series, given how the adjustments came in from Noly's minions back in game 3, but it really was the midfield control throughout this series. And again, just the mistake-free Rocket League. Atomic, Daniel missed, all very impressive. No shade whatsoever. Noly, Cosmic, and Frosty looking very good. Everybody should be paying attention to not only Wavy, but Frosty. A new name in the circuit, new name in the scene. If you don't know who he is, you should now. Very, very good player, and for a reason was great on the 50 game as well.
I felt like, throw out the first game real quick. Those last 2 games were great from Noly's Minions. I mean, I don't have. I mean, obviously it's the little things there, but like I don't have like some big, massive hole that I feel like they left on the field, right? Like it was very close. You played a couple 3 players that are quite good at Rocket League here in North America as best you could and as close as you could. A couple mistakes certainly came out, but Noly's Minions, that was a pretty good showing for them here in the lower bracket. Unfortunately, we got to say goodbye to them. Burgers moving on, and I said, a shot at redemption here. You can take a look at the bracket. Well, it's actually a group play is when they played Burgers and Haybro, and it was, basically the decider for the top of Group B. Burgers fell in that matchup 3-1. Haybro took care of business there, and kind of a shock, kind of the first shock at least here for this tournament, Spaceman. But you look at the run from Burgers, and I mean, they kind of done what we expected, right?
Basically, yeah. I mean, at this point, you're kind of calling them, okay, you're warmed up. There really is anything we shouldn't expect. But you go to a pretty, I would say, relatively easy matchup to start against Pirates on a Boat. You take that 3-0. Then you go to Old Heads. You really tested there in a Game 5. Sup seemed like it was pretty much a walkthrough. And Noly's Minions, while it did give them some cause to pause, they were able to make those adjustments in Coliseum. And they really showed that, again, their counterattacks were as clean and lethal as they need to be for a rematch against Haybro, who have really, I think, not unfairly stunned part of the bracket, but have really shown up this event. And just for the start, it's taken a lot of teams a while to adjust to their play style and to really see what Wavy's capable of. But this is a grand finals matchup I think a lot of people wanted to see. 2 teams that are very defense heavy, very good at individually clearing the ball away. I'm excited to see that part. Before we eventually get to that match though, Corelli, any final thoughts on our last series? Noly's Minions look like they still have a little bit of work to do, but pretty good so far.
They look good. I think that, again, is probably as good as they could have done there against Burgers. I think Burgers might have gotten a little lax at the end of that series as well. I think they kind of knew they were going to win. That crushing victory that they had in Game 1, I think, gave them a lot of confidence. But again, I'm curious what they're going to bring here against Haybro, because remember, this grand final is now a best of 7. So Haybro's got to go a little bit further here in this series if they want to take down Burgers again. It's only one way to find out.
We got a best of 7 coming up. It's the grand finals of week 1 of the Bandits on Wheels Fall Showdown. You don't want to miss it. $3,500 on the line for first place. We'll find out who wins it in our best of 7 after the break. Hello, gamers. Welcome back to Bandits on Wheels Fall Showdown. Spaceman, Corelli, welcome back in. We got a grand finals matchup waiting for you as these players get into the lobby. Let's talk a little bit about it because it's been a fun one so far. Today's been overtime fest everywhere, but our last series that you just missed, our lower bracket finals, was a battle of some of RLCS's best, but also the midfield game was fantastic. Burgers versus Noly's Minions. Burgers take it 3-1. They move on for a rematch in the grand finals. Corelli, this is going to be a big one. This is going to be a big grand finals.
Yeah, Group B was the roughest group in the group stage, at least, because the top two teams here are now playing in the final. Haybro and Burgers. And like we mentioned before the break, Haybro was able to take down Burgers before. It's an interesting matchup because when you look at the caliber of player, right, you really do have, kind of, I would say, two different sections of the Rocket League competitive scene, right? You have guys all the way at the tippy top, and then you have guys that have either been around for a long time. You look at Hockey, he's been in the rival series before, but also Creams has been here, and then maybe even the newest class of player is a guy like Wavy teaming up, and I find this a very interesting and exciting matchup when it comes to North American Rocket League, because this type of matchup I feel like we don't get enough, and I think this is the type of matchup where, especially as you were mentioning before the break, a guy like Wavy can really show and make a name for himself. It's like, okay, I can compete with people who are winning majors, right? With a team who is also not comprised of players who are making RLCS, even day 3 or Sundays or even majors at that.
Yeah, this is a classic old MLG throwdown of let's see what you got. If you're gonna jump in the pit, we're not asking you to drop 6 goals a game. We're not trying to see if Wave's gonna triple flip reset on Mist. We're just trying to see when you have young talents coming up the scene making a name for himself, don't even have a Liquipedia page yet. Stack and Racks trying to get to 10K on Liquipedia. Shout out to you, Wavy. It's situations like this where you're like, all right, show me what you got against the best of the best. And if you're competing, 1, there's a very good chance you're going to turn the right eyeballs, but 2, it shows proof of concept. And we already know that Wavy is a fantastic individual player in the ones game. There's no doubt about it. But now, again, threes is always a different game, and Creams has been in these spots before. We saw him back in Rival Series. I think he was on Warriors International. I want to say he was one of their subs that jumped in for week 2 back in the day.
He's been a sub for a while on a few rosters as well. He's been around for about three-ish years is really where a lot of his most notable things started to happen. And same thing with Hockey too, right? This is a player who's been in Rival Series. This is a player that is a CRL world champion. He's been farming CRL for the last couple of years. So, there is some experience in that sense when you look at Hockey. But yeah, these are players that have been around for a while. So when you team up with a new guy like Wavy, he can kind of breathe some new life into you. But you got to go up against the big boys if you want to be great. And Burgers are that opportunity.
Yeah, they are. And again, this is if you want good reps in the offseason, good practice, let's talk about it. This is the best opportunity you have because you're playing against not only what RLCS has to offer, but also just teams that are going to give you different looks. Every pro player on a different team is going to have a different orchestration they're working through on defense and offense, whatever. You're going to get different looks against different squads, so now is the best time to practice against said teams. Here's a look at your bracket for day 3. It's been a fun one. We've talked about it a couple of times. Go back and rewatch the broadcast if you missed the earlier portions of this show. But if you're just joining in, you've come in at the right time. The grand finals is about to start, but it's been a Burgos run through the lower bracket from round 1. They have really had to fight through this gauntlet. On the other side, though, Hebro has handled their business against Boulevard, against Noly's Minions. Then we just saw that matchup against Burgers just a couple of moments ago. Hebro look like they are the real deal. Will it settle in for weeks 2, 3, and 4? Yet to be seen. But for week 1 right now, Corelli, they look very good, and I'm interested to know if this one will go a full game 7.
And it feels like it's rare for a team like Hebro to go all the way. We've seen them make finals, we've seen the big upsets, and typically, you know, we kind of joke on the RLCS a lot of times is like, some of these teams will use everything they have to beat, you know, NRG or whatever, right? Sure. One week, or like in a first round or something like that, and then they just die afterwards. Like they just get crushed by a team that's even lower than them in the next round or something like that. And that hasn't necessarily been the case for Hebro, but I would love for them, if they're going to win this, they need to go all the way, and I want to see that happen, right? Like I want to see them, for them to be able to say, we went all the way and we beat Burgers twice. That would be impressive. That would be very impressive. Speaking of, if you want to get involved, use those channel points. You little gamblers, get in the Twitch chat, go ahead and put your predictions in, because I know a lot of people are like, should I put all my money on Wavy? The answer is yes. Why second guess? They're not real. Just put them in. Find out what you got. That's right. And enjoy the process, because this one's going to be a fun one. And we could be going the distance here, folks. Burgers, Hebro coming up very, very shortly. But when we talk about kind of keys to victory here for Hebro, because they are a team that is having to punch above their weight class for the moment, I do look at Daniel as kind of the keys to victory for them to focus on, right? At least getting him out of the back line, making him uncomfortable. Daniel, big facilitator in that last series, getting the ball upfield, winning rebounds. I think if you take Daniel out of the play, you're going to have an easier time kind of locking down Atomic and Mist than you normally would have. Well, we'll see if they're able to do that. They've done it before, obviously, in that Group B. So we'll see if they can bring it here in this best of 7. Reminder, best of 7 here in this matchup. It's Burgers and Hebro for the Bandits on Wheels Fall Showdown number 1. Let's get it off. This is the grand finals I think a lot of people wanted to see, and luckily we have answered the call, and so has Mist off the kickoff, wasting no time, no expense, already a 1-0 lead. And that's a disaster start if you're Hebro. A decent save there from Hockey, but you can't leave him as your only man back. And of course, off the kickoff, it's just tough for people to get back in time. But great work there from Burgers to strike early. Anything that Hebro was coming into, hyping them up, it deflates them a little bit. And now Hebro on the back foot. All those who wagered their channel points are screaming. Everybody calm down. There's a lot of time to play. 7 games potentially on the docket. Best of 7. If you're just joining us, welcome into the grand finals. This is week 1, $3,500 on the line for first place, so a good chunk of change for these players. And much more to fight through as more continuations will happen in the weeks progress. But to start, follow-up attempts, Wavy very quietly dunks it down for a tie game. Well, that's a fantastic way to respond if you're Hebro. This one coming great. What a touch from Cream. He got crazy power to get that one off the back wall. And by the way, it is best of 7. There is no bracket reset. We are actually, this is technically game 2, as game 1 is already given to Hebro. They get a game advantage going into this. So just want to clear that one up, as I didn't mention it before. So a 1-0 lead in the series for Hebro as they come through the upper bracket. Burgers had to come through the lower bracket. So they get that game advantage. That's got to do wonders for you. You know, you have a little bit of a buffer here against Burgers. You get a game to kind of get all the kinks out quickly and figure out exactly what kind of version you're getting out of Burgers. That's a huge advantage, especially with no bracket reset. It's a massive opportunity, but Creams has been so far excellent on the other side of the field, just finding chip shots, getting in front, even touches like this at the midfield where he pulls a player off the play, bumps out to get possession, and causes panic where Creams can work to the backfield, burn all of his boost to find the extension, wins the second touch, looking for the follow-up, but a lot of pressure applied right now. Hebro are wasting no time getting upfield and making the most of it. Yeah, certainly. I think watching that last series, you know you got to move quickly into the midfield, and they certainly have done that so far. Daniel trying to circle back around now, trying to put some sort of offense together through the corner as Wavy. He's gotten through 2 here, and now the flick over to Creams. Can he drop it down? It's a little bit too far. He got a monster flick, and is having to rely on Hockey to get back as everyone rotates back. Wavy and Creams waiting for the next attack. It's a bit jumbled on the rotation back. They started to stagnate up single file into the left corner, but they do spread out. The players fall back down to earth. It was Daniel who was up for the rebound. He's out of the play. Atomic in a one-on-one, but getting bullied off. Boost should be here for the moment, so Burgers can invest a bit now, expecting them to burn what they got, keep this play moving. Around 1, Cream still just fighting for possession.
Not a lot of solid touches. And again, off the backboard, you are looking for that last defender, which would be Wavy, to jump in, make the play. He does. Kicked back out by Hockey. This has been nice defense, very calm from both teams to start.
Good saves coming out from Haybro as well. But you can see Burgers very comfortable in the rotation right now. Not biting too hard on some of these balls coming off the back wall. Being smart, as you would expect from a team of this caliber, at least with this composition of players. Wavy, can he pitch it down? He was trying to. Great defense again from Burgers. Creams using all of his boosts in here, trying to get a bump. Not going to happen. Daniel throws it downfield, catches Hockey off guard, and Daniel going to double up the score for Burgers.
It's great patience at the midfield as well. Creams tried to extend, but the cut down from Atomic, and Daniel was waiting at the midfield. He thought that ball was going to stay on the ground, but realized he had a free chance to poke it free and punch it downfield right over the defender. The space was available, and when there's space, there's opportunity. A 2-1 lead. A very quiet one, it feels like, for Burgers, but they have made the most of it, and another kickoff that goes their way, putting on another.
Well, the kickoff kind of plagued Burgers in game 2 against Noly's Minions, but now the cheat not connecting will spell disaster for Haybro there, as Daniel has an easy shot, and it's a 3-1 lead for Burgers, and you really don't want Burgers to really start running away with this game. Kickoff goal back is just what the doctor ordered here for Haybro, as they get one back, and it's Wavy.
Wavy fans rejoice everywhere. Hockey with a big 50. He was able to get enough of a touch. Wouldn't have really mattered on the last defender, but was able to clip one more moving upfield. Free shot for Wavy. 3-2, 2 minutes on the clock. Still, game 1, an advantage for the moment for Haybro in the series count. Trying to work their way back from a 2-goal deficit, and they're doing it very, very confidently.
Haybro organizing a kickoff here. Can Creams put this one on target? It's wide open. Atomic off the spawn. He got a piece of it, but not enough. And Creams finding the equalizer.
And it's just a huge demo that helps out as well. Opportune time, opportune placement. Victim of circumstances, Atomic couldn't get back, but nice patience from Creams to finish the play.
I was watching Atomic on the spawn, and he was fully to the left instantly when he spawned.
Slamming his thumbstick.
He was guessing, and he guessed right, and that was as close as I think he was going to get to that one. So a tie game here, and I was trying to make a point about how you don't want to give Burgers too much of a lead because they can really lock down the game, and Haybro have been able to battle back here quite quickly. A minute and a half left on the clock. You can't leave that backboard open. It does come clean off the backboard. Creams is able to poke it away.
Yeah, this team, Burgers, they're really good at stretching the field and kind of killing possessions, burning time off the clock, making it difficult. Slow touch, both commit. Out of midfield, Daniel, rewarded for his efforts.
Got boost.
He's got Atomic, but Atomic's fighting in a one-on-one. It's going to be up to Daniel to make the most of this and buy time. Will do so. Nice job on the reset. Atomic was able to escape, but just has to poke it free and now juggle. Killing time to missed. Far post. Not enough on the angle, but that's kind of the in-rhythm decision-making from Daniel that will help the offense thrive.
All right, Daniel went into a couple flip resets, and literally no one challenged him because they just couldn't get up in time. And they're like, okay, he's got it. He's going to the backboard anyways. And 40 seconds left on the clock here. Daniel again trying to get some control. He doesn't have boost, and he shows it there. Wavy, can he make magic happen? Gets it over one, but a huge save from Daniel on the goal line. That ball was halfway in. Wavy has carved out a couple of tough shots here for Haybro and has tested the defense.
They want him to get some space to allow that 1v1 game to really blossom and to beat these defenders. They just haven't had time. Again, it's the pace of play that you're seeing at midfield. Burgers doing so good at stretching the play out. Dangerous shot from Hockey. Wavy will be waiting. And now a catch to the midfield. Daniel around one. Atomic through the corner. Daniel reset. Wins the dunk. Denied.
Oh
Kicks
my
back
goodness,
out.
Atomic.
Shot from Atomic. Wow.
Just blasted this one when it came down, and Creams, I mean, that was as good as defense as you could get, but it just rolled right out to Atomic, top shelf, headed towards the back post, and with 1 second left, Burgers looking to close out game 2. So it does pop out here for Haybro. Daniel, monster clear, but still Haybro can at least pop it back up. Hockey's gonna be late. He does get it down, missed. We'll let it die, and Burgers, wow. What a shot from Atomic to give him the lead here.
Where did that one come from? What are you doing over there, Atomic? All right, so you get an opportunity upfield. You're thinking, okay, we're potentially headed to another OT. That would be the rhythm for today. Atomic waiting in the corner pocket just unloads. so much power, and the placement, again, was there. They spent essentially all game really trying to work the dead center of the field, working towards the backward, allowing Daniel to double reset and play off that back wall, but Atomic bought time, and you got a goal for your efforts, 3 shots, 2 assists. Daniel, 2 goals down the line, pretty much perfect across the board. On the other side, though, it was not a bad game by any stretch by Haybro. I mean, they had Burgers pretty much under control for the majority of this game, but when it came down to crunch time, again, just a corner shot and the angle that the pros have sometimes is too much.
I mean, listen, for Haybro, this was a fine game. I mean, you can see how they were able to take them down before. Really was impressed with Wavy, especially in those tight offensive, like inside of the Burgers box, kind of using his 1v1 skill, beating the first man, putting a dangerous shot on target. Felt like Hockey and Creams did their job just fine here. Just didn't fall on their side.
Well, you're going to need the same result here going into game number 2. Current series count is 1-1. Of course, the winner's bracket has an advantage. Haybro will be lucky that they played that last game, showing us what they got and proving that they can absolutely go the distance against this team yet again. Of course, this is a revenge tale for the moment as Burgers try to make their way back into the midfield. Wavy will catch, and off of the Brezzy will try to find his teammate, but unsuccessful.
Yeah, the one thing that I could say about Haybro that you would hope to fix is, making sure that, as that one almost goes in for Hockey there as Creams gets the demo, you got to make sure that you can't let Burgers out to a 2-0 lead so early, right? You can't be fighting from behind the entirety of the game. And for Haybro, when you give that up to a team like Burgers, I mean, it's, I think it's obvious that that's going to be a tough thing to come back from. And to their credit, they did. But you know that Burgers are able to lock down the game in most instances, and they were able to.
Yeah, the matchup is what it is, but I think the worst case scenario for Haybro going into this grand finals was the fact that Burgers had to go through a bit of a gauntlet in the lower bracket, and they did so every single round, just kind of getting better and better and better. So they still have an absolute chance in this grand final, still plenty of time to make that a reality, but they are playing a very warmed up Burger squad, which is not something you want to do. And as Hockey is able to avoid 2, Atomic trying to work off of respawn will do so as Cream's battling for possession, more so just trying to cut the lane and congest it. We circle into the corner with boost here for Atomic and a lot of time and a lot of space to work through.
Yeah, Atomic's doing everything just to stay on the ball and be the biggest nuisance he can. That one's going to be a bit high, no follow-up. Daniel knew better. And he isn't going to get a second touch either. Miss was trying to read it. He was able to pick it out. Hockey, that one straight to Mist. As he ran out of boost, he couldn't really re-angle that one any further. Here comes Atomic, dangerous. This one's just wide of the net. Wavy is credited with the save. And Haybro trying to go back down the other side.
Might have been crossbar and out, but still good recognition from Wavy to get in front. And actually helps out to the transition, but periods don't last too often here. Still tied at no goals apiece. Feels like both teams have had their chances, but much more for Burgers in the last minute or so. They have been stuffing the orange side of the field. Hockey trying to catch it in connection. Mist will do so. And back into the corner we go.
Mist, that's a decent first touch, but it was actually heavy, so he couldn't get back to it. And it's kind of a stalemate here between the midfield and the offensive zone. Both teams really struggling to hold on to it in the final third at the moment. Daniel trying to bump Wavy out of the way. He's got 45 boosts to work with. A little flip towards the net, and Wavy easily reads it. Burgers trying to put together the attack here, but again, nobody's really holding on to the ball.
Yeah, and they can't break out. Every time they try to get an angle, they're getting cut down. Hockey just trying to get physical to allow that space to open, but it's nowhere to be found. Creams from the ceiling, pulling a page out of Zen's playbook. Into the opposite corner, now to the adjacent wall to commit. All 3 are here stacking, midfield available. Creams punching it to the corner, recentered to Hockey, on target, and Miss can't collapse. It doesn't matter, Hockey is there. A 1-0 lead.
Yeah, this is a great play. I'm actually curious if Hockey and Creams are trying to pinch it towards the net. It just comes right back to him anyways. It doesn't really matter. And Burgers, again, get caught in transition. Something we talked about with Noly's minions. It felt like that was the weak point for him. Haybro executing that one perfectly to get their first goal.
Hockey is a tactical genius. He's best known for his signature tactic, Wavy Go Score. He's also has a second little-known tactic of Wavy Demoed. Friends rotate back with an absolute legend. Top 3 in his team for sure. Big pog all the way around. Minute 23 to play.
Except he was the one who scored. He didn't even need Wavy. Right. It was him and Creams.
That's right.
Some misinformation being spread.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, minute 10. 1-0 lead. They've had to work for it. It has not been easy. But credit to Creams and Hockey working downfield and recognizing, look, we can play through the corner and a center. Why force the extra challenge on the goal line? Well, huge stuff from the defense. Standing up, absolutely massive. Taking it away yet again.
Burgers formulating the attack again, and look at this. Players diving across the orange net from Haybro to keep him out, but Creams, oh, an extra flick towards the net. How about a musty? Oh, he gets doubled in by Daniel, an own goal, and Creams able to get a second for Haybro.
I'm gonna let you score this for me. I'm gonna go and throw this downfield. You go ahead, take care of the rest. Daniel puts it away. 2-0 lead. The response in game 2, what you want to see from this squad is, hey bro, we're absolutely rolling.
What a mechanical play by Creams. And then he's missed the boost twice. He hits that shot, and then he misses his quarter boost twice. He's able to recover, but maybe not for long, as Atomic will put it home, and Burgers trying to make a late run.
Well, that's what happens when you miss the boost twice. You don't really have an opportunity to get back. Hockey just flying by. Wavy was playing a 1-on-2 on the goal line, and all of a sudden everybody started to collectively hold their breath. 2-1 lead. Will it last? 30 to play. Everybody calm down. Still got time on the clock, and Daniel will take it off the kickoff.
Look out. Oh, Daniel couldn't get a second touch, but he does get the pinch, and Hockey is called upon to make the save. 20 seconds left. Burgers. Anything left in the tank here in game 3? Is it Daniel all the way across the field? It is a flip reset. An easy save for Hockey. 10 seconds left now, and Burgers trying to move downfield.
Got to make sure you get Burgers to go the length of the field. Just punch it free and poke it downfield. That's what they're doing. You want to score this, you got to go the full distance. Missed. They have another one in them from game 1. The reset, we will collide. Love that team effort all the way through. Hey, bro, will get themselves on the board for the first real time in this grand finals. Now a 2-1 lead. After that game 1, small adjustments that came out and really worked out.
Yeah, that's right. Haybro were given their first game as they came through the upper bracket, so they were gifted a first game win here. So it's their second one, technically, and 8 saves coming out from Haybro against the 12 shots from Burgers. Again, kind of shows you exactly what was being fielded by Haybro here. And I think, in this instance, this is one of those games where it's an outlier, right? With how the shots came through for Burgers, Haybro was still able to turn them away and then also find things down the field. Huge play by Creams. You got to give him a lot of credit there on that second goal. It's really the one that actually gave him the win in the end. But offensively, Haybro looked fantastic here. I mean, they got the ball moving a lot more. Mechanics came out in the solo department. That's always great to see. Didn't have to have Wavy, do his cuts inside the box as we saw in the previous game. So Haybro really put it together here and came out on top.
Yeah, and they forced Daniel to kind of respect the back line a little bit more. Just, taking advantage of, okay, we can punch the ball over these defenders. We can just put a shot on net and force them to make a save. Whether we're working through the corner, you got space to recenter or not. Put something towards the net and see what happens. It worked out there in game number 2. Into game 3 of this best of 7. A 2-1 series lead for the moment for Haybro. Just 2 more needed to take home first place and their share of $3,500 apiece. But this is a very important
my goodness,
game.
Mist
is a very important big player. Is that 3 touches?
Oh my goodness. With the flip reset over Creams, and it kind of rolls off his car, and then he gets the double tap to put it home. The finesse required is off the charts from Mist, and that is one way to start off game 4 if you're Burgers.
One of the best defenders in North America. Doesn't get enough accolades for his offensive capabilities as well. Just reminding everybody what he can do with the ball in when he has possession and time. Off the kickoff, dangerous couple of possessions. It ricochets around. Atomic recentering to Daniel, burning all of his boost. And this one's still a little bit dangerous. Missed, wins another 50, but Creams plays it high. Not great. Wavy will clear.
That's about as good as you can get from Creams. That one was actually still going in. Here comes Hockey. Pitch this one towards the net, towards the back wall. A shot from Hockey will be saved by Atomic. Get some help from Daniel. And now Atomic trying to find Mist. This one hits the ceiling and no one connecting downfield. Transition was a bit scary there for Haybro. Had that pass come over to Mist, but we're able to turn that one away for now.
Well, Hockey won't get there in time, but he certainly could try to make the infield a little bit more disruptive, and he will do so. Just enough. Wins the 50. It's going to be wide. Daniel will be back in time. Luckily, For Wavy and company, you got some physicality kind of coming through, affording you a power play before it dissolves, but I think the damage is done here. Try to apply this pressure as much as you can. Breakaway chance, Daniel, he might have baited him perfectly, stalls out, can't finish the play, and back into the midfield.
Wow, that was very confusing how that happened. I think everyone from Hebro kind of circled the ball there, and Daniel somehow popped out with it going back towards his own net. Wavy trying to find some solo space. Mist takes it away. Atomic is going to put this one back out. He was looking for Daniel. Daniel actually went. There was no way that one was going on target. As Mist will look towards the back wall once again, trying to set up the attack. It's a demo. Daniel not able to come up with a challenge, and Hebro get out.
That's the demo we were waiting to see kind of in this series. Started to clear the back line a little bit, make it more difficult for those booming clears to come out to hold on to possession. Burgers did a very good job against Noly's minions of rallying those demos into some positive chains upfield, really doing a good job holding on to possession, putting shot after shot after shot, relentless pressure. Something that has been missing, it seems like, in this grand finals, but it's a sign of things to come.
Just over the halftime. Oh my God. Just over halftime. Burgers still holding on to that 1-goal lead. And, we mentioned this a couple times, Spaceman, but Burgers are just doing this thing where they kind of are taking solo plays, and I feel like Hebro have done a fantastic job defensively just to deny every single time. You can see Wavy kind of pickpocket there in the midfield. Everyone's got to rotate back. Atomic's his only choice to throw it towards the Hebro side. So you're not really seeing that scary, quick-paced offense that we've seen from Burgers. Here's a pass over to Atomic, and again denied.
Yeah, it's just the pre-jumps onto where you're expecting the extensions to be. Hockey and Creams have done a great job, specifically off the backboard being glass cleaners, but what Wavy's been able to find on the rebounds to get it towards his teammates, whether it's a back pass or not, it doesn't matter. It's in space and it's in time. Not wasting a lot of possessions here just on the clears, but transitions just haven't really solidified downfield. The only really negative you can really say about Hebro so far is that their offense hasn't really kicked into high gear. They've been just doing such a great job on defense of taking the possessions away, making the balls as tough to corral as possible. Even situations like this, you're already looking for the pass to the side wall. Wavy, waiting, and Hockey will try to play it back, but Atomic beats him over and gets the boost. No, Mist takes it away.
I think, the same could be said, though, for Burgers as well. I'm not really sure if you're seeing that offense in its final gear right now.
Right.
And again, it does come down to fighting for that midfield. You're seeing a lot of high aerials in the midfield just to prevent the extra touch from the offense, or the attacking team, rather. Here's Hockey. He's going to play that one across the box, and yeah, here comes Mist. He's got boost to work with here. Just over 30 seconds left. Looking to double up the lead, and denied by Wavy.
And when it gets to situations like this, the team play breaks down and it comes down to just individual mechanics. It's whoever can solo their way through the field, and once you get up, then you try to break the team game down. We're looking at Atomic and players like Mist to use those mechanics to create space, to break down the 2-on-1 challenges. But back to the man-to-man touches at midfield. It's been Creams and company. They have been so good. Hockey was in the center box. He was waiting for that touch. Perfect timing, just wrong execution. 8 seconds to go. Mist trying to put the game away. Follow-up won't happen. Hockey, breakaway, Wavy gets a bump. Hockey flips it to no one, and he was looking for his teammate, and he can't keep it up. That's a tough one. Burgers will tie the series.
Yeah, Hockey really wants that flick back. That initial one, I think he was trying to go a lot higher there. Certainly was, as that one just kind of kills the game, in essence, afterwards. And like you said, Burgers able to tie up this series. When you look at, the statistics here, 6 shots for Burgers. They had to put up 5 saves, and again, Hebro coming up with nothing. They had 5 shots, 0 goals here, and all of those shots saved by Burgers. Feels like that offense, as you said, just wasn't up to par here against this Burger squad in game 4.
Yeah, sometimes if you're not getting your looks as a team, it just comes down to, all right, which one of our players is going to mechanically break this game open. We see it a lot at the pro level all the time when 2 teams are caught in a gridlock. Same situation here, but now it comes down to a best of 3. All things across the table as we go to Canyon. It's a best of 3 now. You win 2 games, you're done with your grand finals, and I think for Burgers, it's very much been a war won through the trenches. They have had to fight for possessions at the midfield. They've had to fight for possessions on their own goal line, and when they eventually got upfield, aside from miss opening goal, it was trying to work those mechanics off the backboard through the ceiling, and they were unsuccessful. The defense from Hebro was fantastic.
And this is where we kind of start to worry about something like, longevity in this best of 7. I mean, everyone on Burgers have played a best the 7 grand final. So I mean, they're very comfortable in this situation. So, and I'm sure Habro has their experiences, in community events or bubble events, but certainly, the highest level is a different beast, and Burgers would be favored if this one goes the distance, but right now we have to favor Habro in game 5 as they strike first.
Well, it's all right. So we got a double commit. Atomic's the only one back, and yeah, it's going to be tough when you have very little boost. He does grab that small pad to give him just a little bit more, but you're having to defend all corners of the net. Good luck when you got 2 looking in front of you. Is off to start a good response after game 4.
It's a great start for Habro. This is exactly what they want in a game like this where you drop the previous game, and now everything's back to even, right? Even after your 1 game advantage, you've got to start off on the right foot, and they certainly have here. And Steve can get Wavy going. We really haven't mentioned his name since game 1, or game 2 rather, as he isn't really able to put anything together there. Creams will try his luck to the backboard. Hockey called upon as well. This one bouncing out dangerously. Here comes Wavy. Maybe we can call his name now as he sneaks it in near post, and it's a 2-0 lead for Habro.
That's just great positioning too, allowing Creams to fight for possession. Hockey gets the call up. Creams falls off the play and goes for the off-ball offense. The bump on the goal line creates that space, and Wavy has so much real estate to work through. He was fantastic in the last game on defense, setting up his teammates for counterattacks down the field, finding those possessions, taking away from the boys in blue, but just was yet to get involved offensively. So far, does it here. 2-0 lead and a lot of time to play with.
A lot of time. And Habro, at this point, you have to at least say, okay, just don't blow it, right? You have a 2-goal lead. You can play Burgers tight here. You can put him on match point in this game. And you've done enough work so far in the first minute and a half that you don't have to push for the dangerous play. You don't have to go for the low percentage stuff.
I like that decision from Daniel to keep it on the ground. We've seen so many players today, and rightfully so, immediately catch possession, pop it, and try to burn their boost. Obviously extend the play and force those challenges in the airs, but it has been the ground game that's really worked out, at least for connecting on those demos for situations like this where Daniel can create a lane. Even the flick from Miss just allows Daniel to move into the corner, get boost, and recenter like this. Miss can't close it, but it's just situations where when you keep it on the ground, you have opportunities to really change the pace, and right now, fighting through their own corners on defense, Habro are struggling to find this clear.
You can see that offense from Burgers. It's quick. And it looks really scary, but a lot of things are going well above the net, and that backboard well defended by Habro. Creams just had Daniel to beat there. Couldn't hang on to it. Hockey trying to force the issue now. He's going to be called upon again to put to backboard. Here comes Wavy. It's a wide open net. Everyone's split across, and there's nobody home. Wavy gets a free shot on target, and Shirley puts it away. It's 3-0.
It's the same target as well, lower left post. It's just wide open, and again, different sides of the field yield different results. Same situations arise. Wavy was able to put it away. We wanted to see if he would step up in this game after a very good defensive performance. And so far, he has 2 goals to his name. Daniel, only 163 points, 1 save, but that's about it. Doing all he can to extend, but not enough. And the extra touches in the offensive third shut down the offense.
I mean, Atomic and Mist have 50 or less points together, or each rather. So, I mean, this is one of those games where you're not seeing a lot of impact coming through. Another shot comes out from Daniel, but, Burgers, we talk a lot about them. They're kind of expected to do well in this tournament. They're expected to do well against these teams. But now what do you do when you're sitting down 3 goals here against Habro in an offense that, like we said, it looks very scary on the attack, but ultimately doesn't have enough bite so far. There's a couple of shots ring out, but just feels like Burgers can't finish the job. They're not converting when they move downfield.
It's easier said than done, but these are where the demos really matter, and they're all weighted differently. We saw it in the last series, but right now they're just not getting enough defenders to fall off the play. They don't have enough space to create opportunities for Miss to recenter to Atomic, to allow Daniel to play from the ceiling, as he's immediately giving towards his teammates. The boost management's been fine from both teams, but this has really come down to just too many members to deal with if you are Burgers. They just haven't had enough time, and that is free downfield.
What a touch from Hockey. 4-0 now from Habro. And this one not even close. What a read from Hockey. It's perfect. And nobody was back from Burgers.
It's a great interception. There's really no other way to break that down. I think it was Creams who was able to get the touch. It was a great interception on the play. Took it away from Burgers, and well, your teammates downfield to clean up and collect. And that's bar down, so Mist responds quickly off the kickoff. If there's ever a way to do it, that's the way.
You got to. I mean, you're going to have to get some kickoffs here. You got 1:16 left. You're down by 3 now. And you're happy to see this one go in for Burgers, but again, you got to get that offense going. You have to convert quicker. 76 seconds left on the clock. And you're looking towards Burgers to make the difference here.
Oh, Daniel, great touch. Daniel, great finish. Atomic was right place, right time, but Daniel off the kickoff beats 1, wins the extra touch right here.
Oh my.
And that's just absurd.
I mean, what a touch there from Daniel to put that one through and beat that defender, and not only beat the defender, but also just set up his teammate as well, right? Like, incredible work from Daniel. And you get another one back.
It's the speed. The change of pace right there from Daniel was excellent, but only got 60 seconds. Can they get 2 more? Long clear from Daniel. Got Atomic downfield. Don't think he's going to be there in time. Doesn't matter. Mist is. And hold on. Atomic waiting. Turns his entire Fennec around to try to punch it down. And the demo does help clear lane, and this will buy them some time.
Yeah, great demo there. Really slows down Burgers, force them to change the field, but here comes Daniel, tried to fake through hockey. Daniel has Atomic in the midfield, and that's great cut from Wavy, being proactive defensively. 30 seconds left. It's what they needed. They got to get up again, and another quality challenge coming out from Heybro. They're trying to lock this game down.
You know Daniel's going to facilitate, so just shadow him. If you know he's setting up through the corner, jump the read and intercept. Nicely done by Wavy. Again, the defense has been stout and important. Not flashy, not overzealous at any stretch, just where it needs to be and when. Creams can play with his food and lets it float in. That's going to be your game. And a 3-2 series lead for Heybro.
A little mini comeback there from Burgers, but not enough. Great delay there from Creams. He gets Mist to go all the way across, and it's a free net at that point. And comfortable landing here for Heybro. A little scared, but in the end, they built enough of a lead that the consistency was going to carry them through. And now it's going to be match point here against Burgers. Heybro trying to take it all.
So the question when we came into this grand finals was, we know what these players bring to the table. We know the stories about the ones for Wavy. We know Hockey and Creams' backlog. We know what they've been through. Can they just put it together and show proof of concept against maybe some of our LCS best? We know that they are capable of competing, but what do you have when you bring it to the table in situations like this? What do you have to show? And clearly, not only are they competing, obviously, but they are making the adjustments on defense. It's been clean across the board. On offense, they're not working overtime to find a lot of these goals. We're not seeing them work through the corners, sharp shots to the center of the box, Corelli. They are really just focused on clean touches downfield, cleaning up the scraps when they fall in front of the goal line, and making sure they're in position to finish a play. It's not overcomplicated. I like this from this squad, and it's working.
And it's consistent, right? I mean, you go back and you look at all the games that Heybro has played. They only dropped 2 games coming into this series. They've dropped 2 more here against Burgers, but it's a little bit more acceptable when you look at the caliber and the stakes here. But for Heybro, consistency has been the name for them throughout this tournament. And the job's not done quite yet, but you have gotten a lot closer to the finish line here.
Only 1 more game is all you need. 5 more minutes for the moment. Heybro, so close to taking home $3,500. Everyone else, a chance potentially for Champions Field if we go the distance. Right now, 3-2 series lead. Of course, they came into the grand finals with an advantage, but so far they have answered the calls on defense. They have answered the changes on offense. They have really stepped up their game. And now we look and swing our attention, I should say, to Burgers and ask them, all right, Daniel essentially pulled you out of the depths in that last game. What do you have to work with here? So far, nothing. Wavy off the kickoff finds it.
What you have is a Wavy scoring on your net. As Mist just gets beat to the ball here. Even with Wavy with no boost, he picked up 1 pad. He's able to get back to it. And again, we said this in the previous game. It's great for Heybro. If they're going to win this series, they have to start off on the right foot in a lot of these games. They do again here. And if the previous game was any indication, it will lead to a victory. Still plenty of time, though, on the clock. Creams almost got another touch there towards the net. Hockey trying to salvage the play, and Burgers are able to get out.
Luckily, Creams is back, but he's the only one who's got to defend against 2, and he just can't do it. That's the danger, and that's the response.
Yeah, and I'm curious from Creams' POV here. He's got 2 players. He's got 1 on the ball and 1 to the far side, and that was a perfect pass from Mist. There was a slight hesitation from Creams. I think if he just threw it in reverse as soon as he saw the pass, he might have got a piece of it. But a great response from Burgers in an offense that we're kind of begging to see them kind of switch into gear.
Oh, great fake by Atomic. Lets it come down very softly. He's able to get 2 to bite through the corner. Daniel trying to stretch the defense thin. We've seen this before. When this team starts to pull you apart, it's very difficult to lock down anybody with the ball. Into the corner. I think Wavy might have gotten the boost. He did. Give him some space to work with here. Just buy time and some respect back at the midfield. To Atomic. Double tap. It's absolutely good.
Oh
and it's
my.
for the lead.
Well, okay, we found the offense. It's been found, and it's in Atomic. That's a great setup pass there from Daniel. Perfect finesse and pace behind that ball. Leads Atomic into it, and I mean, that's a training pack for Atomic. I mean, he does that in his sleep.
When the backboard's open and you got one defender in front, like it's 99.9% of the time, he's gonna drill it. Just situations like that, GG go next. Worry about the next kickoff. Wavy from his own side of the field, carrying it over one. The one's main, trying to finish off of on Daniel. Can't do it. And back to midfield.
Scary here. Atomic's gonna pass it back down to Mist. That's a decent first time shot from Mist, but it hit a player, Creams. And Haybro are able to get out. Again, you really look towards Haybro. You've got to be smart here now that Burgers are fighting back. This one dangerous. Atomic up quickly. Tough read off the ceiling, looking for follow-up. Everyone racing back from Burgers. The transition could be the opportunity here for Haybro as it comes off the backboard. Missed Atomic to flick it on.
Burgers were getting the first touch every single possession, so they're burning all their boost to make that offense work. It's a nice job by Haybros to immediately jump downfield and go for a counterattack, recognizing they might have had resources in the tank to close the deal, tie this game up, give themselves a chance, put this series away. More pressure through the corner, bit of a traffic jam, but everybody starts to breathe back at midfield. Round one, Atomic cutting it down to Daniel, restabilizing around Chuckles. That's absurd, and he can't finish the play.
He almost did it again. That time he was going to score it himself. Now that's a monster clear. Daniel all the way back does make the save. But my goodness, Daniel getting his offense going, individually at least. Haybro trying to respond. Hockey over to Wavy. Wavy shot on target, saved. Creams trying to clean it up, but another save comes out from Atomic, and Burgers get out.
And that's just a mistake from Creams. He was a little bit late, and he hesitated, and once he goes for that challenge, the awkward poke out leaves way to a breakaway chance. In danger right now on the defensive line. All of this available because of the mistouch. And back to the midfield. Great touch by Creams to make up for it on the goal line.
You see Daniel was very slow to rotate out there. He was trusting his team to put it back into the mix for him. And they certainly have one possession here again. Hockey having to play this one slow. Here comes Atomic. Wants to go up and over. He does, but it's a bit too far. Holding on and nursing that 1-goal lead off the ceiling. Daniel looking for a second to the backboard. Daniel goes under the defender. Daniel does it by himself.
Look at the finesse with this finishing touch. Not a lot of power, but just enough to squeeze it under Hockey. Those are the types of touches you can't teach. Daniel, a 2-goal lead to help out. A lot of time on the clock, but that is a dagger.
Little Spanish kickoff there. Daniel dodged the demo, and Haybros, they've had a couple kickoffs where they've tried to set something up. Didn't work out for him this time. And Creams looking for the clear. Hockey's downfield. Haybro got some work to do here in the final minute and a half.
Just watching the boost paths right now. I mean, the pathing's been pretty fine at midfield. Nothing standing out with overcommitting with very little in the tank. If anything, it's been Burgers who have been struggling to hold on, specifically Daniel, struggling to hold on at midfield with more than 20 at a time. So the boost has certainly been there for Haybro. Just been about finishing. Now you have one chance, and the clear from Mist gives it to Atomic, but no follow-ups. They don't have possession. Arrows have been all of Burgers. And back into the midfield, it's these long takeaways you cannot afford. Haybro are just losing time.
Yep, less than a minute to go. Haybro trying to find some offense. Crazy touch here from Wavy. Threw off Daniel. No one's there to follow up. And I suppose I don't blame him. Here comes Creams. That one cleared away by Atomic.
The midfield. Nope. Nothing to it. Just is not working. You can throw bodies at this ball all you want. It will help. Not a lot of boost. And this one should be done. as we get ourselves ready for a potential Game 7 coming up. Again, Hebro came into this with a game advantage. You're able to bounce back after a couple of trading blows, but Burgers have really shown that they can lock down a game with a lead. They have done so yet again. Game 7 had to go the distance, didn't it, against these two teams, and we got it.
We kind of expected it. Burgers, the final blow here is Atomic off the post and in on the double tap. And that one's just for the highlight reel. It really doesn't matter. And for Hebro, a bit of a disappointing performance here in Game 6. They really didn't show the offense that I think we wanted to see from them. They had 9 shots, and credit to Burgers, able to put up a pretty solid defense here. But for Hebro, not the type of game you want to have before going into a Game 7. And Burgers finally showing that offense, that sting that we've wanted to see from them. Early on in this series, they were a little bit slow to get going. Hebro came out guns a-blazing, but now feels like the momentum's really shift back towards Burgers.
Yeah, it very much felt like a game for Hebro where they regressed a little bit in their offense opposed to what they had in the games prior. However, in this situation, we go to our Game 7 Champions Field, the end of the line for this Grand Finals. Both teams have traded blows in this Grand Finals, one game apiece back and forth. There really is no way to see how it's going to go. I think it just comes down to what offense are we going to get from Hebro, not in terms of the scoring, but how they look upfield. Will they be sustained? Will they have opportunities to find one another? If that is the case, their confidence should lead through in the 50 game, will help them find passes. But if we're going off of Neo Tokyo, I don't know if they're going to have enough to stall out if they find themselves down early on.
That's a great bump. And again, third game in a row for Hebro. They have started off with the first goal. First the demo to open up the space, and then the bump from Hockey. Another tap-in goal for Wavy has been the tap-in merchant here for Hebro. He's just been at the right place at the right time. His teammates have been creating enough space for him. And a 1-0 lead once again for Hebro.
It's nothing flashy, just consistent, and it works. So does Daniel. Again, same spot, same situation. Atomic's going to show you what he's got. Miss, squeezes it in. High-fiving for effort through the air. Nicely done.
Great response here from Burgers. We knew it was going to be back and forth, but Atomic getting that fake. And look at the adjustment, I should say readjustment from Mist. He was reading that play to come across the box the entire time, but it came a little bit faster than he thought. And he has to use the flip to get the touch. Brilliant reaction there from Mist. And Burgers certainly earning their first goal and their equalizer here.
Big response, but now again comes the pressure of, all right, hey bros, what do you have? When your chips are all in the center table, what can you give us? Because right now, it has been counterattack special from Atomic and Mist. Fighting through Daniel with no boost. Cream's doing all that he can. But Wavy will cut it down. He'll burn all of his boost to keep the play moving. Nobody else around, and a couple of times now where this team's been pushed up in the offensive third, they have been a little bit hesitant to send the next man up, to get the next player in position to find that touch. It looks like they're a little bit worrisome about a rogue ball flying out and getting to the midfield or losing transitory periods.
That's a great touch, though. Hold on a second. This one's going to go just wide. You can see Burgers really going back to that kind of 1-2 punch they have against Noly's minions as well. Here's a double tap. That's free for Mist. I don't care how many defenders are below him. If he comes clean off the backboard, you know this one's going on target. Wavy on the first challenge, Creams on the second. Not even close. And Mist giving Burgers their lead, the first lead here in Game 7.
Going to be tough to defeat. That's going to be tough to defend against as well. I know some people in chat will defend that, but for most of humanity, that's going to be a tough one. Wavy trying to find the equalizer. Boost grab here. Burgers will have plenty to work with to get to midfield. A long clear, and you might not think much about it, but that does kill 10 or so seconds, and that adds up here in Game 7.
Yeah, I mean, just going back to that missed goal for a second, like it's really about, oh, hold on a second. Creams, can he put it away? He will. Forget about missed goal. Creams, we can talk about his here as Hebro making it work downfield. A little passing play over to Hockey. He was trying to put away that one himself. Creams there to clean it up after it came off the crossbar, and an equalizer found for Hebro.
Yeah, if you're going to commit all the way. All numbers up, nicely done. Everybody getting the call. Hockey's able to get boost. You win the kickoff as well. And now it's Hockey's call. He's going to play it through the corner, and this is a great setup. Off the patience from the kickoff. It was designed, executed, and orchestrated from the jump. Nicely done, and Hebros have the lead.
Oh, what a touch here from Hockey. It actually just came back to him off the touch from the defender as well. But great read there to stay with the play. And hey, bro, back into the lead.
Absolutely huge. Get the boost grab as well. It works out. You buy your time. Patience is a virtue. And it's really working out right now for Hey Bro. Great stop from Hockey. Cream's going to have to get in front of this one. That ping-pongs around into the midfield we go. And Atomic, we'll leave it to Daniel. Okay, glad that we were communicating on that towards the backboard.
The ultimate calm right there. All the way into your goal line, basically. And now they might pay. Good save, though, by Daniel. Another pass over to Creams. It's almost perfect. Creams, I don't think he had enough boost to get over. It just wasn't ready for it. Never made that big of an attempt on it. Had 3 lead changes here so far in Game 7. And now Burgers trying to make it a 4th. Couple passes here. That one's a bit too high and wide for Daniel to get a piece of. And Hey Bro posturing nicely here defensively.
Where you really got to be worried about the likes of miss. Yeah, you want to take those second touches away. So you don't find the clear. Always a player up in position to challenge. Wavy in the corner, missed by himself. Creams does enough just to kind of square nose the ball away from the defender. And Hockey will collect, flipping it, easily saved, but it puts more pressure on the net and you get the boost grab. Hockey doing absolutely everything on the offensive third.
Hockey certainly putting it towards target. Here comes Creams, double tap. Whoa, that one was almost on target. Wavy again there to clean it up. Look at the second touch though from Creams. That threw the last man for a loop.
We love the corner play right now. If you're Hey Bro, just constant pressure, extra touches. The angles are disgusting. You saw what Miss did in Game 1, and they're bringing it all right back. Maybe it was Atomic. Memory never serves. 1:43 to go. And a lot of time on the clock for Daniel and company, but they got to start scoring now from the ceiling. Daniel, follow up, uses the reset, not good. Bumped out of the way, back to the midfield.
Yeah, a minute and a half left. 2-goal deficit for Burgers. And it had really been all Hey Bro right now. They've been controlling this game, I think, a lot more than Burgers has. Another great demo. Or excuse me, bump. Here comes Wavy, who has been at the right place at the right time in multiple games now. Where maybe some people might say, oh, he's a tap-in merchant, but realistically, I mean, sticking with those plays and being there to put it away and clean things up is such a valuable skill. It's certainly paid off here as we enter the final minute.
I mean, Rise is a tap-in merchant from a distance, and we all call him one of the greatest, so it's okay. As long as you're cleaning up the play and scoring, who cares?
He's not going to like that.
48 seconds to go. 4-2, a potential chance to really put the last nail in the coffin here. There's 40 seconds to play, and it's up to Wavy. Potential statement from him was looking for the reset, just unsuccessful. Awkward touch, follow-up crashing into the box, killing more time and opportunities. And Corelli, this has been a great response in Game 7.
Yeah, it has to be now. Game 7, everything on the line here for Burgers. Can they clutch up? 20 seconds left. Creams happy to throw this one downfield. And he might just do it all by himself. Hockey trying to put this one on target. Maybe a double tap. He's just wasting time. 10 seconds left.
Oh, it was a bit of a gauntlet in the grand finals, but for a squad that came through the upper bracket, they do so respectfully and consistently. And yet again, they find themselves in prime position to show that they are the real deal. The flick doesn't matter, but the result does. In Game 7 in your grand finals, it's Hey Bro who take home the championship, $3,500, and Wavy will have something on Liquipedia, absolutely.
That boy Wavy did it, and so did Hockey and Creams, and not without their help too. Boy, did Creams come up big individually in multiple of these games. For Hey Bro and for Wavy, he's done fantastic to put away all the things that dropped in front of the net. His teammates were setting him up perfectly. You got to give a lot of credit to this Hey Bro squad. Up until this point, they had only dropped 2 games. They dropped 2 more here in this final. This was a commanding win in this tournament from Hey Bro.
And this was a worked-for win. It was not just a cakewalk through the grand finals. They really had to make adjustments against a very good team, individually and team play as well. I think maybe that's the big takeaways. You're playing 3 mechanically, some of the best players in the world, and they're giving you different looks in offense. They're giving you different counterattacks. They're giving you different opportunities for the extensions. But the constant battles of the 50s, the second touches, the takeaway opportunities that Wavy was showing on defense, that the squad was showing downfield, trust in the execution, but also being in the right place, right time. Hey Bro really had to work, the work they did into their grand finals, and they take it in 7. And this was a great start to just week 1. And now we know that this team, whether or not they stick together is up to them, but this squad alone has proven that these players can compete against the best at a relatively top level, Corelli.
Yeah, and don't go anywhere because we will be bringing you an interview with Wavy shortly here. But yeah, this was impressive from Hebro. We talked about it as soon as we jumped on the broadcast. We said, if Hebro can put everything together in this tournament and then finish the final against Burgers again, I mean, that solidifies, I think, a convincing discussion about how good they were here against their peers in the bubble, and then of course against high, top level pros there in Burgers. So for Hebro, this was impressive through and through from the start to finish. This was an impressive win.
Yeah, and it was very much, again, it all came back to the conversation of we had earlier proof of concept, and I think the proof is there, certainly, for all 3 of these players, right? Like, everybody stepped up individually. It was not a one-man effort, and I think that is the best result possible. I have been told by myself that we do have Wavy, I believe, on the line, so if that's the case, we'd love to get him in for an interview. I know you little gremlins in chat are so excited, and we are as well. Wavy! First of all, the newest addition to Liquipedia Rocket League. Welcome. How you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. That was a really nice one to have. I'm very joyful right now. It's insane.
Yeah, I want to ask you, we were talking about, like, first of all, you beat these guys before, right, in group stage. Could have been early on. Maybe some copium, some excuses could have come out for them. But now they make a lower bracket run. They play all these games. They have all that experience behind them. You guys got to play them again. What were you guys talking about before you jumped into that series from what you knew earlier from the group stage?
We beat them already, so we had confidence going in. We knew that they'd be just fresh off of a bunch of matches, although there could be fatigue, so we talked about that. But in terms of gameplay, we said, unless they have a threatening solo play, just wait for them, let them give it to us, and that's what happened.
You guys seem to make that adjustment from, I want to say, like the end of game 1 into game 2, and so like we saw the atomic shot. I'm sure it was like tough to deal with in the moment, but when you guys started to make those adjustments defensively, you were very keen at playing in the front of the box, popping it for your teammate, playing on the back passes to your own backboard, and allowing like Creams to move upfield with possession. Talk me through what it was like for you guys to kind of trust each other downfield, because like as Corelli and I were saying on the broadcast, it was not about big flashy plays, but it seemed like you guys were trusting each other to be in the right position and like, all right, I'll take this challenge on defense, you take it upfield to the corner, we'll work from there. What is that dynamic like for all 3 of you? Because it really seemed like it was very simple but elegant in a way.
Yeah, we were telling each other to play fundamental. We had some very good kickoff strategies, so we implemented those, and that was very successful. And along with that, we just knew from playing with each other that we can trust each other's positions. We know that every player on our team is a very strong player. We can all play at the level. So we were able to trust each other pretty well. And we did a lot of passing plays because I know if I pop it up to Hockey, he's scoring a flip reset. Same thing with Creams.
Yeah, that was kind of apparent. Creams had some crazy double taps and that musty flick that Daniel double tapped into his own net there as well. But I don't know. We talked about on the broadcast and we were talking about this respectfully because I think it was a huge positive in your gameplay, but it felt like that you were finding yourselves in a situation where the net was open every single time. Like you were just kind of like tapping it in. What about your positioning? What about your philosophy of Rocket League is allowing you to be in that position every single time?
Well, as second man, you just got to be supporting first man. If they go crazy, if they give you that open net, you have to be there to score. You have to trust your first man to make those kinds of crazy plays and just 1v3 their team sometimes.
I don't trust my teammates in ranked. I'm just going to say that right now.
I never trust them.
No, I'm the same.
For you guys specifically, because you guys, I mean, you're teaming with 2 players who have a bit of experience. They're not new to Rocket League. They are a bit of a journeyman. But for you, what's something that maybe you have learned very quickly under, whether it's their guys or just as a group, that maybe you didn't have before this tournament kicked off? Because it seems like you guys started to gel a little bit more as the series went on, and it was clear to us. I mean, when you can tell a team is trusting each other, you can tell. What's something that you've learned over this process and over this tournament that it just we don't get to see on the scoreboard?
I learned how important comms and like communications are to each other. They talked about having positional comms, telling each other where we are to make sure we can trust each other and not double commit. Mm-hmm. And overall, just having those good communications allowed for us to just play our game and flow a lot better throughout offense and defense.
My last question for you, Wavy, is just, I know Bepic and Pyro also talked about this with you, but just your journey here so far, I think you've really made a name for yourself. I remember seeing you a couple times in things like 1v1 tournaments, small community tournaments. You've kind of got the moniker of kind of, farming all these community things, but your greater aspirations here. I mean, obviously, I assume you want to play in RLCS here, but what's it like been on your journey so far up until this point?
I mean, I've always just known to keep my head down and grind. I think a lot of people know that I don't have a very big ego and that I'm good at staying humble. So I feel like being humble, not having a big ego, allows for me to really improve a lot. Because I also have fun with the game because of it. If you're egotistical, you're like that, you get mad very easily when you lose to players that you think are worse than you. But just having a mindset that allows you to always play to improve and not as much to win, especially in ranked, that really helped me be on my grind and really win tournaments.
The grind's been working, bro. You've been taking home the ones consistently, and now again you have an opportunity to show a larger audience, I think, in the threes game, just exactly what you can do individually. But congratulations once more for taking home the championship. Last words are yours. Anything you want to say to yourself, your team, your fans, whatever, all the players in the chat who put so many channel points on you guys, and I know they're very happy right now. The floor is yours. Go away.
I mean, definitely shout out Creams and Creams Hockey. Hey, bro, they're great players. They definitely deserve to get those chances on higher RLCS teams. They definitely should be getting those tryouts. They enabled me so much this tournament. Their play style, their communications, their effort really allowed for someone like me to really shine and to play how I want to play.
That's awesome.
That's great. That's awesome, dude. Well, we're proud of you. We hope that we keep seeing your face moving throughout these kinds of circuits, and we hope to see you on a good RLCS team coming up soon for all of you, because you guys played phenomenal and you played against some of the best. So again, congratulations from all of us.
Congrats,
Thank you.
Chat, you got what you wanted, and we got it as well. That is Wavy. Can we get some W's in the chat for Wavy and this group? Hey, bro, taking it home.
That's right. I mean, his name already starts with a W, so we can't even put the W in his name. It's just innate. It's just he spawned in that way with the W, so it's in the name already. Huge win for him. Huge win for Creams and Hockey as well. Two guys we don't get to hear as much from, but have been around for quite a long time. Shout out to those guys. I know they've been grinding, and this is a massive win for them, I'm sure, or at least an exciting win as we sit here in this off season. So big moment there for Hey Bro, and super proud of all three of those guys to take down the caliber of team that they did, and hey, the community tournament here, bubble team gets to win it. It's exciting.
It is, and it's great to see, again, like I said it prior, like journeymen in Rocket League, whether it's been the Rival Series or LCS, to see them not only find great young talent that they can compete with as well, but to have resurgences and to show people they can still play at the high level, because Hockey and Creams, absolutely agree, deserve to be looked at in a more serious light. But let's take a quick look back at how today currently transpired, and unfolded is really usually the better word, because we've gone through a couple of games today in this bracket, and specifically it came down to one long lower bracket gauntlet of a run from Burgers. It was consistent. We're talking sweeps, clean ones at that against Sup, but also difficult ones when it came to a Game 5 matchup against Old Heads. They went all the way to the lower bracket final against Noly's Minions. We saw adjustments in there, but they looked like they were too much to handle. But Hey Bro were consistent and confident in that winner's bracket.
Yeah, I mean, you really didn't get to see a ton of Hey Bro. I mean, they just kind of did their job here, and we got 7 in the finals. But yeah, Burgers making the run that they did, I think is a big thing to touch on there. That's not easy, especially when you're playing against players that really want to beat you, right? Like, I mean, that's obvious in every matchup, but like, this is like, oh my gosh, I'm playing Mist, I'm playing Atomic, I'm playing Daniel. Like, they want to prove it to these guys. So, you got a target on your back if you're Burgers here. And they had to go through basically everyone to get back to that grand final, and fun to see them go the distance there with Burgers, or with Hey Bro. And again, congratulations to Hey Bro. That massive win for them, and an exciting one at that. I mean, we got everything you wanted here. A Game 7 final in the grand finals. I mean, what more do you want?
We got everything we wanted to see from all these teams, really. And the beauty of this, of course, is that we have multiple weeks of action coming up. So if you didn't see your favorite team in the grand finals, or you didn't see exactly what you wanted, don't worry, we still got more to come. And the nice thing is that while the offseason currently is here, the play doesn't stop. All these teams have really showed up, and we want to thank them for doing that. Corelli, yes. As we round out the end of today, I mean, looking at how these matches have concluded, it really has been seeing some RLCS talent playing with younger squads, playing with younger players, kind of give them a chance to show their skills. What's been the biggest takeaway for you as we close out today?
Well, I still think there's, a lot of players in NA that, are fantastic at the game and can push, into the RLCS. Whether or not they deserve to be on a top 5 team is a different discussion, but there's certainly some talent here in North America, no doubt about it. And I'm excited to see how all of these tactical banditry, tournaments will pan out. If we continue to see, some of these teams like Hebro continue to do well, or if we're going to see other teams maybe from the pro scene come in and start to compete in these tournaments. But either way, we know we're in for some fun Rocket League, and that's all we can ask for.
Yeah, we got a couple of weeks still to go of this kind of action. So if you're interested in staying up to date with all of this kind of stuff, of course, you will find all socials available between the Discord, the Twitter, all kinds of things. Go find it out, available in the description, in the Twitch chat, as well as both socials. I'm sure the mods will be pushing it around, but also on the channel page. Make sure you stay tuned and updated for all the available action that's coming your way, because these players are going to be playing at this level for more weeks to come, for more money on the line. There's a lot to play through. And again, the Bandits on Wheels Fall Showdown will continue. It will keep going. So as we look back at today and we think about what's to come, we want to thank all of you for joining us here today. From Corelli, myself, the former casters, and all production, and the players currently who are playing in this tournament, we thank you so much for being here and being with us on this journey currently in the offseason. But we have more action coming through. We're going to be back here next weekend. This doesn't stop. It's only week 1. We'll be back on Saturday the 21st with the draft that happens at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. So make sure you tune in and find out exactly what's going to happen then, because more Rocket League will be on your screens. But as for now, that's all we have for tonight. Congratulations to Hebro for taking home the championship. We'll crown another champion next week, or potential run back. Who knows what Hebro's got. We'll see you then. Have a good night.